Bonani. Bonani, Bonani. Is there no bell here which we can ring? Don't we have a bell here? Yeah. Because we are now eating your time, Honorable Ngola. Is it your time or Cameron's time? Yeah. No, Cameron has requested me that today is his payday. Yeah. Hmm? You can't. I'm granting him. Yeah. No, no. No. He has requested me, and he has made a reasonable request. You guys who are afraid to go home, you go home at 12 hours, 5 a.m. in the morning. I can't allow that. I can't allow that. No, he says he told when he came here, he came to give me a report that we are going to start with the questions, Mr. Nkabinde. It's now 20 minutes after 4.
Recording in
We are
progress.
going to run until 20 past 7. So it means by 20 past 7, we would have taken 6 speakers. Is it very clear? By 20 past 7, we would have taken 6 speakers. And then we are going to start with Honorable Sokanyile, followed by Honorable Cameron. We are swapping Honorable Cameron with Honorable Ngola because today is the anniversary. Honorable Cameron has an anniversary today. So it's a very important day for him. And as the chairperson, who has seen many anniversaries, I must also take this opportunity and congratulate Honorable Cameron in one of his many anniversaries. Yeah, it's not easy to achieve that milestone. Yeah, so it's very, very important day for you. We celebrate with you, Honorable Cameron, and we want to wish you many more peaceful anniversaries. Thank you so much. Enjoy this moment. Je moet elke oomblik van die dag ontmoet, meneer. Honorable Souls, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Chair. Maybe I must also say, firstly, happy anniversary, Masakan.
Yeah.
And then just on a point of procedure, Chair, I thought it would be apt for me to raise it before we start here now. Honorable Mates raised a very important thing before we went for break. we know that you are human, so whenever you leave, we understand. But for two occasions now, yesterday and today, when the chair has left the building, then there was a robust exchange between whoever's questioning and the witness. And then there's no one to preside.
Yeah.
So I think perhaps we should decide on what happens when chair is not here. And obviously, Honorable Ngola has proactively taken the position to do so. If that's the case, then let's put it on the record so that we know that it runs smoothly when we
Yeah.
go next time. Especially, I mean, it's part of the rules, section 159 as well. So I just thought I should raise that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Bonani has brought it to my attention. We don't need any decision. What we must just do is that if I go out, honorable members must no longer do what they do in my absence. No. I'm just joking, Honorable Souls. I think you are raising a fair point, which if honorable members have a suggestion, I don't think it's something we can subject it to an election. It's just, yeah, honorable members can just say, we suggest that in the event you have to respond to certain processes. So and so can be standing in. Yeah.
No, I think, Chair, the brightest in the room should do so. And clearly, Honorable Ngola is the brightest in the room. And he's been proactive. When you went here, he jumped and presided and brought order. So from myself, I think he should continue. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Any further comment? Thank you so much for your understanding, honorable members. Honorable Ngola, you are the deputy referee or the deputy umpire in this game. So you are not an elected deputy. Yes, you are a deputy who does his work, no, at the behest of the chair. If I go out, I may decide not to. Yeah, but if I'm not here and there is a need for that guidance, you can just quickly come in and steer the ship. Not steer, but serve. Yeah. Thank you so much, honorable members. It's 25 minutes past. It's up to 25 minutes past 7. So it's 3 hours exactly. Honorable Sokanyile, your time starts now. Mr. Cedric Nkabinde, good luck to you and Honorable Sokanyile.
Thank you very much.
30 minutes on the dot.
Oh, thank you very much, Chairperson.
Yeah.
But Chairperson, if maybe 5 or 2 minutes are left, I donate them to Kola, not to Honorable Cameron.
You are wasting
keep those
you are
minutes.
wasting your time. Because that log is ticking. It's not
say that up front.
Yeah, but that log is ticking.
Oh, thank you very much. Mr. Nkabinde, can we look at your statement on paragraph 25? 25, it's on page 12. I'm taking the initial statement, not the supplementary one, whereby you indicate that your findings show that the hawks were being used for political things interfering on the matter That's your findings. Can you share with this ad hoc committee your findings that led to the conclusion that you had about the Hawks having to interfere with your findings?
The Hawks never interfered with my findings. But during my investigation and those several interviews, were that reopening of a case which was declined 5 years ago. What was the valid reason? So that what I got that it's a political interference. That was a pressure from externally. But the political interference, that's what I gathered. To the Hawks, yes. I paid through my report. This was our recommendations that if indeed there are reasonable reasons to reopen a case, these are the legal steps you need to follow. It was outlined in the report, so that they are not reopening it based on any pressure from outside. There is nothing wrong to reopen a case, but just follow the law.
Okay. On paragraph 28, that is again on page 12, you indicate that you had a misunderstanding with the executive director based on the report that you filed with the former minister, Bekicel, which was leaked to Mr. McBride. That is in 2018. What did this report relate to?
The report relates to a several number of unethical conducts against the then executive director, Robert McBride, in colluding with Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. In fact, I was reporting, I'm working with them and I'm reporting what is happening. Then if I go to details, I will have to look at it.
Then did that cause you to leave your work?
Yes, because McBride was so angry that I reported him.
You're afraid of him?
No, he
McBride.
suspended me. He placed me on suspension.
He placed you on suspension.
Yes.
And there were charges that were instituted against you.
Yes.
And then you felt being victimized. Is that so?
That's correct.
Then again, you are saying that on paragraph 29, on the day of the disciplinary hearing, you were offered a settlement agreement and you accepted that. Why did you accept that instead of correcting that dirtiness that was happening? Because if you're saying that there was a report that you produced and that showed many dirty things. Why did you have to take a settlement that was offered?
This was the option available to me since I did not enjoy any protection. Like for instance, when I was suspended, the reasons for my suspension and the reason of why I have to be disciplined was about the report that I did, of which for me, it was in contravention with the Protected Disclosure Act. Then I reported almost everywhere that I reported unethical conduct. Now I'm being victimized and I'm going to be dismissed. I reported it to the public protector. I reported it to the portfolio committee on police. I reported it to the minister again, the very same minister whom I gave the report. Then I say, now the report that I gave you, I'm now suspended. I'm now subjected to victimization. What the then former minister did, he wrote a letter. I do have that letter. He wrote a letter to McBride that he must stop the imminent suspension of Cedric Nkabinde. The matter now is in his table, of which he disregarded the former minister as well. He proceeded with the discipline. I got a response from a public protector. They wrote to him and copied me that Mr. Nkabinde lodged a complaint of occupational detriment, that now he reported these things, now you are suspending him. We request you to put that disciplinary in abeyance until we finalize investigation. He also disregarded that, he proceeded. Then I wrote to the portfolio committee on police. Then the portfolio committee on police responded to me that they are an oversight body, they can't get into those labor issues. So I was left like that. Now you are facing a disciplinary of which you already know it's a concocted trump-up charges against you. And you sure you are going to be dismissed, whether you're right or wrong. And then this is an offer.
What is that offer?
This is now an offer. During the disciplinary hearing, before we even commence with the disciplinary hearing, McBride arrived in that venue. He came and stopped the hearing and proposed the settlement agreement. And that
How much? He gave you how much?
No. The offer was that we are going to withdraw all charges against you. We are going to withdraw. We're going to stop all this thing. You must resign. Let us part ways. So that was an offer. Then I must also withdraw all my occupational detriment complaints. I think they were all over, my complaints.
The offer was one-sided. You must resign.
Yes.
And then in turn of your resignation,
we withdraw against you.
Then that it's you who was wrong then, who was on the wrong side of the law, if they are saying that. Because if you're saying that the report, it had an impact to McBride, but now their settlement offer, it's saying that you must resign, then they're going to drop everything. Why? Can't you see that it was one-sided and you'll be seen as a person who was wrong?
It's not one-sided because the settlement agreement has nothing to do with the report.
Uyanisitha ke ngoku.
The settlement agreement had nothing to do with the report. The only things that I had to withdraw is those occupational detriment victimization complaints that I'm now suspended. So, but my report, even today, my report stands.
So you knew that going to the disciplinary hearing, you'll be dismissed.
I know, because this is their chairperson. I knew I was going to be dismissed. But now to allow me to resign and you withdraw cases, I can still find another job.
And indeed, your report was used.
Yes,
The moment you were gone, it was used against my pride,
yes.
not renewing the contract. Are you saying that? Is this what you are saying? That the former minister, Bekicele, used the report that you had with your findings against McBride. It was used, not his contract being renewed.
Yes, it was used. I was already left by then, but it was used.
Okay. Then on paragraph 33, page 13, you are outlining the circumstances surrounding you and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi visiting the minister at Mpangeni, Minister Mkhunu. You are saying that you were requested by Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi to go to visit the minister at Mpangeni. And yet, when Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was here, he told this ad hoc committee that it is you who requested him to accompany to the minister's homestead. What are you saying about that?
Chair, I never said General Mkhwanazi, he requested me to go and see Minister Mkhunu. I never said that. What I said, General Mkhwanazi requested me to accompany him to Mpangeni area. Then once we were there, then I suggested that we go past the minister because it's the same location. I took him to the minister.
You are saying that you are going to Mpangeni, not to the minister's homestead.
Yes, we were going there for our things.
Hence, you said on that day, it was a boys out
That's it.
outing.
Yes, then I remember that we are in the same area as the minister, and it's been a while. I never saw him. Then I said, let's pass the minister.
So he's correct then to say that it's you who said you and himself must go to the minister's house.
That's correct. It's
So he's correct.
yes, it's correct.
Because on that day, on the first appearance of yourself here, it's a pity that we cannot play the recordings of that day. You said it is Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, unless my hearing was not correct on that day, who said you must go to the minister.
I know, I never said like that. We were going, yes, we were going for our things. Then I'm the one said, it's been a while, let's go and pass.
I thought you even said it's you, it's Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi who came to you with the car, you were driving. I thought we were dramatizing that to show that indeed it was Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi who said to you, must go to there. when you are dramatizing, because you are dramatizing that on that day. Today, at least, you are not dramatizing issues. I'm happy about that. Can I say that? I'm happy about it. That's why I'm saying that it's, you were consistent to say it is Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, but anyway, at the end, you are saying that whilst you were doing what you were doing at Mpangeni, then you went go via Minister Mkhunu. So what did you go? Just greetings, nothing else.
No, nothing else. We just spoke about general things. There was nothing to discuss about.
Even Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi didn't find a space to say, Minister, can we discuss other issues? Because I know the pain and the thorn on the flesh with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, it was the issue of the PKTT. He didn't say anything on that day about PKTT.
No, not really. Remember, the minister was a minister of water. They never been spoke
Oh,
about.
then
Yeah,
he was the minister
yes,
of
never
water.
been spoke about.
Thank you
policy.
for reminding me.
Yeah.
Thank you. He was but you wanted to introduce Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi of some sort to your friend. Because now Minister Mkhunu was your friend.
No, he's never been my friend.
Oh, Kalu. On page, what is this page? On page, it's paragraph 26. Paragraph 26, yeah. Page 12. Whereby, let me look at it. Page 12. Yeah, paragraph 26. You are saying that in another meeting, you exchange phone numbers. That's good. But now in paragraph 26, you are saying that Minister Mkhunu and I continued to have a relationship after that investigation, which over the year developed.
It does not make us friends.
Oh, because to me, by saying that, I'm saying that it developed to the extent that you became the chief of staff in the office of the minister. It is because of that relationship that developed after you have exchanged phone numbers in one of the paragraphs and the report, but in 26, in your statement written by you, that relationship developed. When you say that a relationship developed, didn't it move to another level?
No, it does not make us friends.
If I may.
You want to say it developed without blossoming?
Because if you and the chief whip, your relationship develop, it goes, you become friends. I assume. Because if Mdu was a girl, it will develop to another level. So I'm looking at this one with the minister. It developed that the minister saw a chief of staff in you. Do you agree with me on that?
No, I can't agree. It has never developed to be friends.
It developed to be what? Because it's you have written, you left it hanging. That's why you are having conclusion.
No, it's never developed being friends. But now and again, we will then contact each other, especially me, I will contact him.
You are saying that the directive of the 31st December 31st December. You know, when people are very much happy, we're busy in the office. And we're writing that directive. A directive maybe that has caused us to be having an ad hoc committee and a commission. And now, I just want to check. You were saying that the contents of that directive, they were written by you?
The content of
Of the directive
No.
of the 31st, that letter,
it was written by the minister.
they were written by the minister.
Yes.
Hence, you had again to send to the minister's private thing. You thought the minister didn't have that correspondence in that directive in his.
No, I copied him so that whatever response he will also receive. Because when a person responds to the trail email, he will also see.
You know, yesterday we had a lady here, Lady Mary de Haas. Lady Mary de Haas wrote a correspondence to the minister on the 31st October with the instruction to the minister to disband the PKTT immediately. Wara is saying all that. And the correspondence of the minister, they're having the exact words of the letter written by Mary de Haas. Is that a coincidence?
I never checked the content of Mary de Haas.
But the letters of the minister, they also come to you.
Of Mary de Haas, I never received a Mary de Haas letter. Maybe I was not the
Or
office.
the minister, that one, he had hidden it from you. Because Mary de Haas wrote to the minister to immediately disband the PKTT.
No, I never saw
But
that
the
correspondence.
words that are on the letter of Mary de Haas, those are the same words that are contained in the directive.
No, I never saw it. I can't comment.
That's why I'm telling you, it is because you didn't see it.
No, I never saw it.
Hence, it becomes a worry to us that someone who's not within the minister's office or working with subs, but to instruct the minister to disband the PKTT, it's worrisome. Thank you, Chair.
Five minutes. No, the next speaker is Honorable Cameron. No. You ended at your own volition. So can we move to Honorable Cameron? Honorable Cameron, your time starts now. It ends at 20 past
Thank you,
5.
Chair.
Let's move with speed and save time.
Can I start, Chair? Thank you, Chair. Mr. Nkabindi.
Yes.
I'm going to start with the McBride issue. A few thoughts. I was going to leave it for later, but I want to touch on this just because the previous honorable member asked it. While serving on the National Task Team for Special Investigations, were you ever approached by members of crime intelligence?
Not at all.
Were you ever offered any kind of a promotion at that stage, favor or benefit for making statements or affidavits against Mr. McBride?
Not at all.
Because the reason I'm asking it is that is the loose thread that's hanging around this thing. I'll come back to it now, but why do because interesting, after last week's blunder with the testimony, a lot of messages that we got said that several crime intelligence officers placed you at the center of this whole McBride campaign that was being run at that stage. Would you comment on that?
No, there was no such thing.
You produced a very damning report against Robert McBride. Do you still stand by that report?
Yes, I do.
But the Public Service Commission found that your allegations were entirely baseless. So if the PSC, do you see them as being part of some kind of a conspiracy, or was your report an attempt to smear an effective investigation?
My report has never referred to PSC.
But the PSC found it entirely baseless.
So they can't find that and don't give me a report as a complainant. It's the first time I hear it from you, honorable member.
Okay, I'll come back to it again. I want to ask in terms of IPID's charges against you. IPID charged you in failing to disclose the crime intelligence approach, apparently. Do you accept that there was a charge against you with IPID, from IPID?
Yeah, not that one, not the one that you are referring to. I was not charged for that.
So what was the charge then?
The charge was me writing a report, and then in one line there, they are saying I put the department into disrepute by giving out false allegation against the senior managers.
And then IPID allegedly also charged you with obstructing investigations regarding a 45 million rand iView cell phone grabber case. Would you do you concede to that?
No, I was part of investigation there.
Were you part of the investigation?
Yeah, that can't be me investigated.
No, I understand that, but
it has never done.
information that we got was that they complained
that's
about
wrong
you.
Information.
It's interesting. Why did you rather sought settlement instead of clearing your name?
I could not clear my name because there was the only option I had now when Mr. McBride is offering me the settlement.
But you approached them for the settlement.
No, he approached me for the settlement.
Not according to the statements that we saw. Jay, there's something very wrong here.
Statement from who?
From Robert McBride himself at that stage. The statement from back then.
No, that's not true. I don't have that statement.
Well, you would have seen it because
No, I
you
never
were a
saw it.
respondent in it.
I never saw it.
Well, I'm sure we can share
I
it.
don't know where he wrote that statement to who.
I'll share it with you. But Chair, maybe it's an option to invite Mr. McBride himself to then come and explain that, because according to his statement, you approached him for settlement and it wasn't the other way around. In fact, you approached Mr. McBride to resign, and then you instructed your lawyers to negotiate a settlement. The reasonable inference is that you then avoided a public process because it would expose your dealings with crime intelligence. Is that correct?
No, that's no such things. If there was such a things, Mr. McBride will not agree to that. He will never. I know him. He will never if there was something like that.
So he wouldn't agree if you approached him for a settlement?
Yes, if it's based on those reasons, he would not agree.
But if you approached him and conceded that you had made a mistake and you said that you don't want to fight any further, would he concede? Would he agree to a settlement?
That will be then up to him.
The reason I don't understand this, Mr. Nkabindi, respectfully, there's a saying that says, strip a man of money or position and he can rebuild. Strip a man of his name and he has nothing. Surely with something like this, if someone questions your integrity to this point, you would do everything to clear your name. If it meant to go to court, do whatever you need to do, but simply conceding and moving on without actively clearing your name, don't you think that casts significant doubt on you?
No, it will cause a doubt on McBride as an executive director. Instead of dealing with a serious misconduct and decided to circle with a junior member.
It's very interesting. Mr. Nkabindi, I'm surprised that you haven't seen the McBride statement, Chair. I think that's something that we should consider and calling Mr. McBride, because I think it would give a lot of foundational information regarding Mr. Nkabindi in this process. In terms of your contradictions of the Mpangeni meeting and your appointment, Mr. Nkabindi, you describe yourself as a straightforward public servant, correct?
That's correct.
Let us test that. General Mkhwanazi testified under oath that you brokered the Mpangeni meeting with Minister Mkhunu. You say he did. So both cannot be true. Did you broker it, or did General Mkhwanazi broker it? Who's lying?
What do you mean broke for it?
Organized it, arranged it, planned it, scheduled it.
No one, both of us, planned it or arranged it. While we were there in the area, I'm the one who suggested that let us go past Minister Mkhunu.
So you arranged it?
Yes, so General Mkhwanazi is correct if he's saying, while we're there, I took him to Minister Mkhunu. He is right.
According to me, though, you said that he was the one that arranged it.
Not Minister Mkhunu, because he's never known, they never know each other.
Not Minister Mkhunu, General Mkhwanazi. You said that General Mkhwanazi was the one that arranged it. Never mind, we'll go on to the next one. I'll come back to it. You also testified that the minister had no list and that you were the only candidate for the chief of staff position in the minister's office. The minister testified that he interviewed multiple candidates. So again, who's telling the truth, you or the minister? Was there a list or was there not a list?
Minister can't interview anyone. He can't get involved in those processes.
So the minister doesn't get involved in any form of process regarding his own chief of staff?
No, he can't. The only involvement is to nominate. Then he leave everything to HR.
So can you explain the process that led to your appointment as the chief of staff to the Minister of Police?
The minister nominated me. Then the HR started the process whereby I was requested to write assessments, which it was 3 assessments. I also requested for my pre-screening fingerprints to check if I have any criminal records. Then they check they check my qualifications with SACA. They check my experience. Then they check the suitability. Then they recommended me.
And the minister testified that he interviewed multiple candidates. It's interesting that you say he's got nothing, that he's not part of the process at all. And you indicate you were the only one on the list.
For chief of staff, yes, but in different areas of positions, it was multiple people.
And on what basis do you think you were selected for the senior role? What assurances can you provide us that you operate independently? And we asked this to almost everyone. We asked it yesterday to Mr. Haas as well. How can you assure us that you're not being used to advance the agendas of others within or outside SAPS?
No, I got this position on merits. I do qualify in all ends with my experience and my qualifications, and I'm suitable for the job.
But I'm concerned, Mr. Nkabindi, and again, respectfully, General Mkhwanazi testified that you contacted him to ask him what the role of Chief of Staff entails. Did you?
No, I contacted.
So is he lying under oath?
I contacted General Mkhwanazi to inform him about the offer.
So he's lying?
I could not even ask him because he has never been a chief of staff himself. I could not ask him.
Well,
he
testified before this house that you contacted him to ask about the role of what the role of a chief of staff entails.
No, that's not correct.
Okay, so you say that General Mkhwanazi lied to us.
Yes.
Can you clarify whether you now fully understand the responsibilities and the scope of your role?
Yes, I do.
What steps have you taken since your appointment to ensure clarity on your duties? Have you done anything additional? Have you gone for a course? Have you learned anything? Have you spoken to other chiefs of staff? What have you done to ensure that you know what you're doing?
We are having regular meeting with all other chief of staff.
So you've been reported and you said it to us today that you schedule meetings for the minister, correct?
That's correct.
Can you explain why this task is performed by you personally? Is this not ordinarily the function of the minister's personal assistant or admin support staff? The reason I ask this is, how do you determine which engagements fall within your mandate versus that of other administrative staff?
With the schedule and calendar of the minister, we are meeting every week, and the PA, he knows which activities the minister will do, and my responsibility is to facilitate and communicate with other stakeholders. If it's going out now to coordinate, it's going through me, not the PA.
Then, may I ask, have you ever declined or questioned or challenged a request from the minister that you believe to be inappropriate, irregular, unethical, or unlawful?
No, I never come across with such an activity.
If not, then how do you ensure that you are not simply complying to every instruction? In other words, how do you guard against becoming a yes man in a role that requires independent judgment and advisory responsibility?
If at one stage I come across with such, I will engage the minister and advise him. I won't just simply do wrong thing. I will advise him.
And can you provide an example where you exercised some kind of independent judgment that differed from the minister's proposal or position?
Like even when we were busy with his diary, he will be now pushing for a certain meeting, but I can also use my overall leadership that as priorities, Minister, can we shift this one and put this one? Because I need to prioritize, because at the end of the day, I'm the overall supervisor in the office. I must make sure that we do prioritize, irrespective that minister wants this, minister wants that, minister wants that.
See, this is why I'm concerned, Mr. Mkhwanazi, is because that job, exactly what you just said, that's in the job description of the secretary. That's not the job description of the chief of staff. I have the benchmark for the chief of staff here in front of me, and it's certainly not that. I want to ask you about your relationship, the closeness of your relationships with both Minister Mkhunu and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi. Can you elaborate on the nature of these relationships? We can start with General Mkhwanazi. Last time you spoke about boys' weekends where your wives shouldn't know what you do. But let's talk about that. Today, I get a different picture of the Mr. Nkabindi that sat before us last week in terms of your friendship with Mkhwanazi. So what kind of relationship do you have?
It's a very close relationship. In such a way that we discuss personal stuff, me and him. We visit each other. We even go to social gatherings together, social functions together if we are invited. So he is a very close person to me, General Mkhwanazi, in that sense.
And in terms of Minister Mkhunu?
In terms of Minister Mkhunu,
would you consider yourself friends?
no, he's not a friend.
How do you reconcile your description now, though, with what we've heard from General Mkhwanazi? What went wrong? Why would he say the things about you that he has? And I mean, you're sitting here on a public platform where you say that, for example, that he lied to us. I mean, that doesn't look like a solid friendship to me.
When that happened, I just had an inference that General Mkhwanazi was upset that I recorded him. That was an inference that why he's so upset. It's because how many things he discussed with me. So that means how many times I recorded him. So he took it very personal that a person who's very close to me and a person that I talk to him everything, he now recording me.
But do you blame him?
No, I don't blame him, but that's why I also had the justification why I recorded him.
I want to ask you a question. Did you leak the confidential PKTT disbandment letter written by Minister Mkhwanazi to Mr. Mkhwanazi or to Mr. Matlala? So did you leak that to Mkhwanazi or Matlala or any other unauthorized person?
Not at all. And moreover, I don't know Matlala.
Were you acting as some kind of a political conduit at that stage? Did you ever pass any sensitive documents to advance any agenda of any kind?
Not at all.
And can you explain your involvement in preparing and revising that 31 December letter?
I was going to say, Chair, that is why I was saying to the Honorable Evidence Leader, even if it's inconvenient for search and seizure and all, but in a way I'm happy that at least the investigation will reveal the truth, whether you did something or not. Coming to, can you repeat I just got disturbed?
No, I just asked, can you explain your involvement in preparing, revising, or handling the letter?
In preparing and revising of a letter, I was not involved at all. When the letter was drafted, we were not together with the minister. So I cannot even comment when he was drafting it, how he drafted it. I only got involved when he said, I've got a directive that I want you to forward to the National Commissioner. I only got involved there. And it means if it's not my job for administration work, probably it would have gone without even me knowing. It's just that it has to via me to do it.
Thank you, Ms. Nkobindi. What role did Advocate Pikoli play in redrafting or reviewing the letter?
He proofread it, and I can remember he had some inputs, which I can't recall now. He had some inputs where it was inserted before then the minister then okay it, then I said.
Are there any of the changes that you can remember? Changes or can you remember any of the input?
I'm not sure whether there were anything talks to constitution or something, but it was in line with a minister's powers.
And how would you interpret the fact that someone with this kind of senior experience did not detect the alleged constitutional deficiencies in the initial draft? Yeah, how would you interpret that?
In reference to Advocate Pikoli?
Yeah.
You know, after the letter was seen by him, you then have that confidence that a person with legal mind and a special advisor, he will advise the minister correctly. So there was absolutely nothing even for me to think further.
I think it would be good, Chair, if somehow, even if it's a written submission, to get clarity from Advocate Pikoli on that for the record. In terms of the recording of General Mkhwanazi, Mr. Nkobindi, you never informed General Mkhwanazi that he was being recorded, correct?
Yes, I never.
You deliberately hid the recording device from him. Or it was recorded over the phone. It wasn't a device.
It was a phone.
It was okay.
Yes.
Who authorized you to record the general?
No one authorized me. I took that decision.
So explain to us again shortly, what was the purpose of it?
The purpose of the recording, I had a conversation with General Mkhwanazi on the 2nd of January when he was querying about the letter. Then he mentioned all other sorts of things that there will be fight back. If he's clean, the minister is clean, we're gonna dig him while he was a premier. It was those things that General Mkhwanazi alluded to me. Then on the 5th, General Mkhwanazi sent me a WhatsApp message the one that now is reflecting here in my statement. He forwarded me that message. Then I read it. Then he contacted me afterwards. He said to me, hey, you see what I got from Facebook? How do you think our conversation on the 2nd got outside? Because it was just two of us. Then I said, General, where do you get this thing? He said, I got it from Facebook. Then we started to deliberate. Do you think someone is listening to our phones? We were now deliberating. Then he said, hey, maybe someone is listening to us. That is when I come back to and say, hey, but General, I don't think someone was listening to us because the content of this message is not correct. If someone was listening to our conversation, surely he would never leave out that there will be fight back. He will never leave out that if the minister is clean, we're gonna dig him. But all those things is not included here. In fact, I'm telling him on the recording, in fact, General, you did not say there will be a warrant of arrest. You never spoken anything about warrant of arrest, General. And again, you have never said the minister is a small boy. I can't remember you saying that. So what is going on now with this? And it's a conversation between two people. Now, I know for the fact, our conversation I never share with anyone. And it was a conversation between me and him. So now I started not to understand where does this message come from.
So you just recorded it and kept it for your own record?
Yes, that's okay. Let me record. In case something like this happen again, I will just show the recording.
But why did you previously then say, or Minister Mkhwanazi said that he instructed you to record General Mkhwanazi because he was threatening you?
No, I was telling the sequence of event that after the 2nd, after our conversation on the 2nd with General Mkhwanazi, I informed the minister. Then the minister said, these are serious threats. You should consider recording him. That's what he said, the minister. But this time around in this one specifically, I'm not saying I would not comply with the suggestion of the minister at any stage, but this specific one, what prompted me is what General Mkhwanazi is giving me, which is now contradicting and distorted.
So is Minister Mkhwanazi lying? Because Mr. Mkhwanazi said that the recording that we know about was because of him instructing you to record General Mkhwanazi.
No, he never instructed me. He gave an idea that you should consider recording him.
Immediately. So if the purpose, let me rather ask this. So the recording wasn't your idea, correct? It was the idea of Minister Mkhwanazi.
Sorry?
Was the recording the idea of Minister Mkhwanazi or was it your own idea?
No, it was my own decision.
See, again, discrepancy. That's not what Minister Mkhwanazi testified before this House. So that's now the second discrepancy where Minister Mkhwanazi or yourself or General Mkhwanazi or yourself, so you're contradicting each other here. The person who benefits from this recording is the minister, not you, correct?
No, it was me.
How, or let's rather say, you can't prove that this is the full unedited recording, can you?
It's not full?
Unedited recording, can you?
I can prove because it's me who recorded it. It's not edited.
And you knew that secretly recording someone without consent is a privacy violation, correct?
I knew that I'm not breaking any law if I'm part of that conversation.
But you can't just record someone without them knowing.
Yes, but I know that I'm not breaking any law. If I'm part of that conversation, I can record for so many reasons.
That's very interesting. I would say at least under the Poppy Act, at least. I mean, why would an honest official need to unlawfully conceal and record someone?
Yeah, if you have a conversation with someone, just two of you,
Yeah, but this is your boys' weekend, Fred.
and all of a sudden, he's coming with the distorted
No,
information.
but this is your boys' weekend guy. Like, you guys you're like brothers. The way you described it, when you do naughty things together. That's what you told us. Yeah.
Yes, but that was another thing, that how come he's coming back to me with a wrong message?
But wouldn't you confront him with that first and discuss that with him instead of just
No,
recording
we
him for
discussed
backup's
it.
sake?
We discussed it. It was on record, but we were discussing it. That what do you think what is going on here? It's two of us. One of us leaked this thing, but my worry, the information is wrong. That was my only worry.
The information in
It's
the
wrong, yes. I don't want tomorrow, General Mkhwanazi said, he said something that he did not say, even himself, because this message contained things that General Mkhwanazi never said, even himself. So it's very dangerous now when this thing it will now as if I'm creating it. I want to have a bad name of Mkhwanazi. He's speaking, it's just two of us. And now the message comes back with the wrong information. What Mkhwanazi will think, he will think maybe it's me now, I'm lying, I'm exaggerating things that he never said.
Apologies for interrupting you. Why did you not previously tell us that that wasn't actually the recording then? Because what you're saying now, if I understand you correctly, is that the recording that we've heard part of is not actually an accurate recording. It's been altered. Is that correct?
It's not altered. The specific recording is not altered.
But you're breaking my brain here, because you just said that the one that he referred to that was on Facebook was not the real recording.
No, I'm not referring to the recording. He sent me a WhatsApp message purportedly to be our conversation on the 2nd, of which our conversation were not a correct version of this WhatsApp message, not a recording. On the 2nd, there's no recording.
I'm speaking about the recording, Mr. Nkabende. I want to understand whether it was the original recording that was played on Facebook.
What do you mean on Facebook? It was even on Facebook, it was not a recording. It was a message. That's what he said. It's not a recording.
Yeah, I'm gonna conclude. I think we're going in circles at the moment. Mr. Nkabende, I'm concerned. It's one thing to do something like this without a colleague knowing, behind his back. Even more so your boys' weekend guy. I think we must seriously consider and remember what else could potentially have happened. Do you understand the seriousness of this, the contradictions that we've heard today between what you say, what Minister Mkhunu says, what you say, and what General Mkhwanazi says? It literally contradictions between the three of you. Thank you, Chair.
Are you responding to the statement, Mr. Nkabinde, on the contradictions?
Sorry, Chair.
Are you responding to the statement on contradictions?
Yes, Chair, I can comment. I never contradicted with anyone. What I share to this committee, it's a correct version of what I know.
May I, Chair? I think it's just a closing comment, Mr. Nkabinde, and you can stand by that. It's absolutely your right. What I'm saying is there's a clear discrepancy between your version and the version of General Mkhwanazi, one, and there's a definite discrepancy, especially in terms of the recording of your version and the version of Minister Mkhunu. So you can stand by your version, 100%, but you're missing each other on it. And then maybe just the last point, if you share a recording like that with a third person, it becomes illegal. So it's good to remember that.
Okay. Thank you so much, Honorable Cameron, Mr. Cedric Nkabinde. It is for the first time since we started with our proceedings, Honorable Cameron, that you exhaust all the time allocated to you. This is the anniversary spirit. Keep it up. Thank you so much. Who is taking the microphone? Honorable Nomvalo. Is it you, Honorable Nomvalo? Yeah. It's now 23 minutes past. Your time expires at 7 minutes before 6. Your time starts now.
No, thank you, Chair. No, maybe I must start by saying that with no attempt of trying to subvert the previous performance of the witness before us, but I think today is doing much better. I thought it's important that I make that statement.
Are you saying he has the helmet on his head?
Yeah. No, Mr. Nkabinde, you've been with IPIT since 2010, right?
Yes, correct.
I think you are going to be an asset to some of us because the obsession here is to drill down, and we want to trace back all these allegations so that we'll have an understanding of when they started to feature in the operations of SAPS. Now, when General Mkhwanazi was here, when he was describing your relationship, he said that you guys started to be close when you had problems at IPIT. Apparently, you applied for a post for which you were not appointed, and that's how you got close to each other. Can you say something about that? Is it true? Was it a true reflection of what you know? If you want to make some additions, you are free to do so.
It is very correct that during my hardship from IPIT, General Mkhwanazi was a person supporting and next to me because he was not also in support of what is happening in IPIT when it comes to state capture. So now when I'm reporting this, he was also happy that someone could stand up against the state capture. So he is correct that I ran to him and share my frustration.
So, in your belief, were you unfairly treated when you were not appointed, or the processes were fair and you were excluded on merits?
The post that I was unfairly treated, when I left IPIT, then I was outside government. Then at some stage, there was a post advertised in the SAPS. Then I applied. When I applied for that post, I was invited for an interviews. Then I became number 1 to that post. I was recommended for the post. Then while I was waiting for an appointment letter, Paul O'Sullivan sent an email to the then National Commissioner, General Stoll. And in that email, he's saying, you dare appoint that man, Nkabinde. And he copied me in that email. Then at the bottom of the email, he wrote to me, Kabinde, how do you think I would miss this? Because I told you I won't let my eyes off you. So that means, according to Paul O'Sullivan, I must suffer for the rest of my life while he's still alive. So that's what happened. And indeed, I was not appointed based on one email from Paul O'Sullivan. The way is so powerful.
Okay.
Can we just request SC, because it's now Honorable Nomvalo's time to ask questions. The camera can't locate him because he's sitting right behind you. It's just 1 minute, don't worry. Are counting your time in light years, not in minutes.
Can I proceed, Chair? Well, I forgot to ask you, should I address you as Mr. Nkabinde?
Yes.
I'm asking because the issue of titles is very important. Someone came in here as a professor. When we went for lunch, he was a doctor. When we finished, he was a Mrs. So it's very important that I capture your title accurately. Now, you are saying Paul O'Sullivan wrote an email to the National Commissioner.
Yes.
Who is this Paul O'Sullivan? Because even General Mkhwanazi, when he came here, he spoke about him. What is his interest in SAPS? Does he play any official role in SAPS?
He does not play any role in SALPS, but is in charge. Because he can send one email and everything stopped.
So,
I even, through you, Chair, I even took that matter to Labour Court. How on earth an outsider send one email, and I've got all the proof that I got the post. I'm recommended for the post. How on earth an outsider send one email and my appointment is stopped? And while that Labour case is going on, it was when Minister Mkhunu appointed me. Then I had to then withdraw that post because it was a lower post anyway.
so according to your understanding, what triggers his interest in SAPS operations as an outsider? Why is he so interested?
There's a long history because the report that we are referring to in this house, it also implicates him. In fact, that is a report that I was reporting what McBride and Paul O'Sullivan are doing. So I know they just hate me with passion,
Okay.
including Sesogo,
Yeah.
the one that is with IDEC.
Did you ever have a relationship with Paul O'Sullivan?
No, not at all. He was working with us.
What do you mean working with you? Because he is not, he does not have any official responsibility, right, at SAPS?
That was exactly what I was reporting. He was leading us, but from outside.
Did he ever, besides the influence that he had on the position that you applied for, notwithstanding that, notwithstanding that influence, did he ever have any influence in SAPS?
Not
Did he ever influence anything despite what you have mentioned?
Not only in SAPS, he's running IPID, he's running SAPS, he's running NPA. You know what General Mkhwanazi is reporting about the state capture? This is a real state capture
Mm.
because even the docket, if the docket involves Paul O'Sullivan, there are two dockets are there lying dust in the NPA. In fact, it was even removed from a black prosecutor.
So did he ever, I'm trying to connect
And
some
sorry, Chair.
dots.
When we talk about this thing, I become very emotional what is happening between me and Mkhwanazi. Because I was fighting this with him.
So you were fighting this interference,
Yes,
this
with him.
undue interference
Yes.
by Paul O'Sullivan.
Me and Mkhwanazi, we are one WhatsApp group. So I don't know what is, maybe I'm in the wrong place at the wrong time. Because these are the things that, even what he's reporting now, these are the things that me and him are fighting, state capture.
But what I'm trying to understand here, Mr. Nkabinde, is how does he successfully interferes in SAP's operations? Does he has people that he works with in SAPS? Is he connected to some influential people who just take instructions from him? And if so, who are those people?
Yeah, he works with very senior people in SAPS in such a way that even with that appointment, my appointment, they leaked it to him. He even wrote there that I know about an imminent appointment of Kabinde. Then you dare appoint him. So now how does he even got internal documents.
So do you know who he works with at SAPS? Can you specify people with whom he has been working to influence SAPS operations?
Not really, but it shows that because he knows everything in SAPS. But you wouldn't specifically say this did what when.
Okay. So while you were still working for IPIT, did you ever get any instruction from him? Or did he ever try to influence you to take a particular position?
Yes, he was giving us instruction.
How was he
He was in charge of us.
How was he giving you instructions? Was he calling you, or he was coming to your offices, or he was sending you SMSs? How did it happen?
He come to the office, he hold meetings with us to tell us what to do. At some stage, he will go and interview our witnesses, portraying as if he worked for IPID. Having our letterhead of IPID, he will just call you to come and sign, and it's done everything.
Yeah, because you know what I'm trying to understand here is how does an outsider who does not work for SAPS how does he has so much influence in SAPS operations? Where is he getting those powers from? I mean, it means the system is very loose at SAPS. Anybody can just go in and call staff members and invite them to a meeting. Is it loose to that extent that anyone like myself, I can just go to any SAPS offices here or IPIT offices and say, guys, let's meet in the boardroom, let's have a meeting and give you instructions?
Yeah, no, they are in charge. He is in charge.
But where does he get those powers from? Because for you to be in charge, you must get powers from somewhere.
Hey, we don't know. Maybe this, at least now, it's revealed now to the higher authority in Parliament.
So
because this thing was never even attended to. My report was never even interrogated, except that Minister Cele use it
Yeah.
not to renew his contract. But the allegation, they were never dealt with. In fact, I'm the one who's suffering outside. That even when I've got an opportunity to get a job, Paul O'Sullivan will send one email to stop me. Now, it means even this appointment, I only got it because it was a hierarchy from a political office. He could not stop it.
Yeah. So what you are saying here is that you were not appointed because of his influence
Yes, one email,
to the National Commissioner.
yes,
So the National Commissioner acted in accordance with the instructions of Paul O'Sullivan.
yes.
Okay. So did he ever influence a dismissal of anybody or a removal from any position of any person who ever worked for SAPS?
Yeah, that was the project that we were in, which is part of what I was reporting. The project was to make sure that General Pahlane does not get appointed as a permanent national commissioner. He was an acting national commissioner by then.
No, wait. So when you are saying it's a project that you were in, do you also involve yourself in that project?
Hence, I reported it, yes.
So you were a group that was plotting against General Pahlane.
We were in that task team that were plotting with an instruction of McBride and Paul O'Sullivan.
So how were you plotting? Were you holding physical meetings or?
Physical meetings and how we're gonna do it. That's why I ended up reporting this. It was against my conscience, destroying people. Then Pahlane was then suspended. Motiba came in as an acting national commissioner. We go for him.
So tell me, why was Pahlane a target?
The main thing was that there was no permanent national commissioner. Pahlane was acting.
Yeah, sorry, because I also want to move with you. If you don't mind, and if you can remember, can you cite times, years and months to say at this time we plotted, at this time we did this and that, so that we can move together? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it was a year 2017 where we were busy with plotting to remove Pahlane. He was an acting national commissioner. The main reason, Paul O'Sullivan wanted McBride to become a national commissioner. So we were targeting everyone who occupied that seat. Because Paul O'Sullivan want McBride, it's like in IPID, powers are limited. So McBride must become a national commissioner. So the project was to remove everyone in that seat.
Yeah, because my recollection is that, well, I might be wrong because it happened some time ago. My recollection is that Pahlane was suspended,
Yes,
and part of the reasons for his suspension was an issue of blue lights and I think a sound system.
sound system.
There was a
yes.
story about blue lights and the sound system. Those are the reasons. So I'm trying to now weigh those reasons with what you are saying, against what you are saying, because you are saying he was suspended because you guys plotted against him, and then what was reported in the public domain are the reasons which I've outlined. So were those reasons fabricated?
Yes.
How were they fabricated?
We created a scenario where we have a search and seizure to go to his house to look for the sound system that he bought. But the aim was not about sound system. The aim was to come with the media. Acting National Commissioner's home was raided, so that the president will have no choice but to remove him.
So you came with the media.
Yeah, the media was plotting with us.
So you plotted with some journalists.
Yes.
And then the other story of blue lights.
No, the other story, Blue Light, it was after he was not even already, he was already removed.
He was
Yeah,
removed.
it was other,
But it
ongoing
also
investigation.
implicated him.
It also implicated him. And in that Blue Light, the target was him, because they were looking for him in all angles. Even the Blue Light story was part of that.
So the gist of all of this was a power struggle.
The gist of all this is to usurp power in the criminal justice system. Because our targets were in different departments: NPA, SSA, IP, SAPS, all of those. The plan was there, how those people have to be targeted so that they'll get removed.
Now, you said you were plotting. So I assume that you were plotting as a group. Are you in a position to mention other people who were part of that group that was plotting against
I
Bashar?
can give one example, just one example here in my report. In one paragraph here, it was a well-known fact that Mr. Robert McBride wanted to become a national commissioner, and he was telling some members of task team that he was considered for the post.
Sorry, before you go on, we are talking about a task team here. Was it a factional task team or it was an official task team? Is it a task team that you established yourself in pursuit of what you wanted to achieve, or it was a task team of SAPS, an official task team?
Now remember, this is IP.
I mean, sorry, of
This is IP.
Yes.
Then McBride
Yes.
established a task team. Then he recruited us from different offices to become a
So
national task team.
he established a factional group.
Yes,
So you were part of a factional group.
yes.
Okay.
And
no.
we even the name of that group, it was a Phahlane task team.
So the name, did you have documents? I don't understand. What do you mean the name? Did you have founding documents of this factional group? Where was it termed, or you had a WhatsApp group?
Yeah, but we were reporting directly to McBride.
So you had a WhatsApp group.
Yes.
That's where you were plotting. So that's where this name was written, Phahlane Group. I mean,
The
Phahlane.
name of the group, yeah.
The name of the group was Phahlane
Task team.
Task Team.
Yeah, because the task team was established solely for him.
No, Chair, I think we'll make a submission, but I think it's very important that we invite General Phahlane to come to the committee. Yeah, you can carry on. I interrupted you while you were still speaking.
I was just want to make one example in this paragraph that there was a meeting that took place at Mr. Paul O'Sullivan's house. This house was a former house of a well-known Rondoville creature, whereby Mr. Paul O'Sullivan was chairing this meeting. And among other people present in this meeting, it was Mr. McBride, Mr. Mandlakayise Mahlangu from IPID. He was with our task team, the late Mahlangu, Mr. Cedric Nkabinde, myself, Sarah Jane Trent. She was a Paul O'Sullivan assistant. A white lady called Candice from Crime Intelligence, Mr. Shedrack Sibia, the former Gauteng Hawks boss, two white males, representative from AfriForum and from DA, and a white lady as a journalist. The main purpose of this meeting was to plot how to bring down Phahlane to ensure that he was not confirmed as a national commissioner. AfriForum representatives guaranteed that the funds were available to carry out this mission. And Paul O'Sullivan.
Sorry, I'm sorry for interrupting you. You forgot to mention the year. When was that? 20.
This report is 28 April 2018.
2018,
This
when
report.
you were about to leave IPIT,
Yes, so this probably towards the end of 2017.
or towards the end of 2017, okay.
The main purpose of the said meeting was to plot how to bring down Phahlane to ensure that he was not confirmed as a national commissioner. AfriForum representative guaranteed that the funds were available to carry out this mission. And Paul O'Sullivan was responsible of spying on Phahlane to find anything. The meeting sought to plot how to usurp power of the entire security cluster, NPA, Crime Intelligence, SSA, DPSI, and specific individuals were identified from the above mentioned department to be targeted, the purpose of which was their removal from the same position. Mr. McBride gave assurance that IPID will go after them and Paul O'Sullivan will be a spy on them.
Okay, no, can you do me a favor, Mr. Ngabinde? If you can summarize, because there are some questions which I want to ask you, and I'm afraid I'm running out of time. The gist of that meeting, even if you don't read word by word. So the gist of the meeting was to establish a plan to get rid of Phahlane.
Yes,
And in that meeting, you identified Paul O'Sullivan as a person who is going to spy
yes,
on Phahlane.
Phahlane, yes.
So that was the first meeting of that formation.
That was the first item. The other item was to identify other role players in other departments.
Yes. So what was the common interest here against Phahlane of these people? What was a common interest against Phahlane and in favor of McBride? Why was Phahlane not preferred, and why was McBride preferred?
Because Phahlane did not comply with Paul O'Sullivan. So Paul O'Sullivan could not control Phahlane.
Whereas he could control McBride.
Yes,
Okay. And then ultimately, the goal was achieved because Phahlane was suspended.
removed, yes,
So, according to your evidence, the reason why Phahlane was suspended was because of this plot
yes,
and nothing else.
yes.
And everything else which was reported was fabricated.
Yeah, that's why he has never been arrested on those things.
Okay. And then
That is why allegations are very dangerous if not proven. Because we have people like Phahlane now who they lost all their livelihood. So it's very important to prove allegation and test them.
So with this blue light case, they were just fueling
Yes.
a plot which was already in
Yeah,
existence.
so that there will be more halabaloo.
So which company was supplying blue light?
I can't remember, instrumental law something.
Were they charged? That company?
Yes,
Were they formally charged?
yes.
Do you know where the case is now in terms of progress? Is there anyone who was arrested,
They are
prosecuted?
going court even now.
Yes,
Yeah.
but no one has been arrested.
No, they were arrested. They are appearing courts now.
Or they have not been convicted.
They have not been convicted as yet.
Okay. And then when the NDPP was here, I asked her about her relationship with Paul O'Sullivan. And I asked if she knows Paul O'Sullivan. And then she said in her reply, she doesn't know Paul O'Sullivan. She only hears about him. Subsequently, I asked her about a case. I think we got some information somewhere that Paul O'Sullivan was once charged and prosecuted, but charges were later withdrawn. But let us start here. According to your knowledge, is Paul O'Sullivan also interfering with the NPA?
Yes.
Do you know who is his link in the NPA?
No, I don't have a specific individual, but why I'm saying that, it's because a case against Paul O'Sullivan, it gets stuck in the NPA.
Okay, so the case for which he was charged and prosecuted related to what?
It's related to what I'm reading out in this report.
He misrepresented himself as an IP employee.
All those things, yes.
Yes. Do you
And
know?
then he was charged, and McBride was charged, and the case was withdrawn to get a racketeering certificate, which is up until now. Instead, it was removed from another prosecutor to the other, but it does not come back to court.
Yeah, because
Over 5 years now.
Because we requested the NDPP when she was here to tender a progress report in that regard. And we were patiently waiting for that report. But do you know who was the prosecutor of the case, who was
Yeah.
dealing with the case?
Yes, I know.
What is his name?
Advocate Mashego,
Is he still working for the NPA?
I think so. At DPP's office,
So he's the one who was handling the case.
yes. And the investigating officer of that case is Major General, he's now acting as a divisional commissioner here in the head office subs.
Yes. So, according the chair is saying I'm running out of time. I so wish I can have 4 hours with you today, because there is more information that you are giving. The last one. Do you think Paul O'Sullivan has a funding that he gets somewhere which agitates him to have this uncontrollable appetite on issues of subs, or he's just being flamboyant for no ultimate benefit? Can you give a response? I won't come back. Thank you very much.
It's written in this report that he do have fundings from overseas.
So the funding is specifically for the task that
Yes.
he is pursuing,
Yes,
to interfere with the work of subs of the justice cluster.
yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Skosana,
Thank you, Chair.
6 minutes past 6, your time expires.
Thank you, Chair. Once again, good afternoon, Mr. Nkabinde. Now, I must say that what you just testify about here, though we know we're still probing, we still say these are allegations. But indeed, I want to give General Mkhwanazi a salute that today you've spoken about the issue of the state capture, that the state capture, the real state capture is now. Am I right?
Yes.
Quite scary that there was a task team which was established, in particular to focus on the former acting National Commissioner General Patlane.
Yes.
I understand that, as you said, this thing makes you emotional and being a target as well. You risk your life as well today by revealing names here. And I want to thank you for your bravery, that it takes a man to do what we have done just now. The issue of Paul O'Sullivan, who were told that he's got many passports, am I right?
Yes.
Now, I think SAPS must arrest that man with immediate effect. Now, I'm going to start by saying to you, when the boss of IDEC was here, Advocate Andrew Johnson, I posed a lot of questions, and I think I'm going to do that to you today. Do you believe that there's an Indian cabal at IDEC?
I can't be sure of that because I've never interacted with them or worked with them.
Do you know Harumel?
Yeah, there is a chief of Perumal.
Yes.
Yeah, there is there.
Do you know Beluch, what is it, Beluchun?
Peruchan, yes.
Sunij?
Yes, he's there.
What is your relationship with them? Are they rogue? Because, there was an issue with Advocate Patoi, that he was very sensitive that we should not use those words loosely. But what we receive, let me just make a disclaimer. I sit in the Police Portfolio Committee. There's a lot of people who are sending us their frustrations like they are sending to you, as you said, almost 100, am I right?
Yes.
Now, this so-called, inverted comma, alleged Indian cabal works with a prosecutor called Advocate Tyler Chabalala. Do you know him?
No, I don't know him.
You don't know Tyler?
Yeah. Not by name.
I'm sorry?
I know the name, but I don't know him.
Okay. Now, in your submission, what made you leave IPID?
I left IPID after my after I blew a whistle. Then I got victimized, and subsequently I was offered a settlement agreement.
In your submission, remember you said that you were used by a Minister Peggy Tele, and the portfolio committee did not renew McBride, as an IPID executive director. Can you elaborate on this?
The contract of I left IPID 19 September 2018, and the contract of McBride was due to expire the following year, February.
Yes.
So now the process of renewing a contract of the executive director, it has to go to the portfolio committee and go and be confirmed in the National Assembly. The minister should motivate why he recommend the renewal and why he's not intending to renew. So those are the motivation the minister, former Minister Peggy, he submitted to portfolio committee that he's not intending to renew. And one of his reasons, then he used this report. And that report was deliberated in the portfolio committee. The portfolio committee issued a report that they are not intending to renew, and the report was adopted in the National Assembly.
Now, you said McBride and O'Sullivan hate you with passion. Can
Yes.
you summarize it for us? Why?
Because of this report,
The one which you,
the report I sent to Begicele reporting all of their unethical conduct. Because in this report, it was not an anonymous. I wrote that it comes from me.
you mentioned that there's 2 cases registered against McBride and O'Sullivan. Which other 2 cases which are gathering dust? What is the status as we speak now with those 2 cases which you mentioned?
It's quiet about it.
What are those cases? Do you know? Do you have an idea?
Yeah, the other one will be corruption, defeating ends of justice, and so forth. The one that where Paul O'Sullivan was impersonating as an IP officer and all that against Patlane. That is the one. The other one, it was in respect of the meeting that I was alluding here, where one of a former Hawks boss, Mokoteti, he registered a treason case, which also that case was nowhere to be seen.
So in other words as well, we have to have another witness, but I guess we have that chair of Prince Mokotedi. It's been mentioned many times, and I guess we have to have him with General Patlane here. Because your role in these cases was that task team where you plotted to have Patlane not getting a permanent appointment as a national commissioner, am I right?
That's correct.
Who idea was this?
Paul O'Sullivan was spearheading it, and
No.
then McBride.
Now, was the minister aware of this?
No, I don't think so. Minister Begicele,
Was not aware of this.
no, he was not.
So it was a clandestine operation within SAPS.
Yes.
You've mentioned General Esbia. Was he then the Hawk boss, or was he at national level? As you said 2018, he was not a deputy at that time. I guess he was with the province at that time, am I right?
No, he was at municipality.
So he was plotting whilst he was working for the city of Johannesburg.
Yes, he was not in the police.
Wow. Now, you've mentioned a DA member and an AfriForum member who attended your meeting at one of the most notorious gang star who I think is still serving his sentence. Am I right? Then who is that house belonging to the state, or there's somebody, there's a family there of Cajun, if I'm right about the name?
It's now Paul O'Sullivan's house.
No, this is a mafia state.
That's the question again, Honorable Skosana. I'll give
No, I will. I
you-
will, Chair.
I'll give you 30 seconds. Ask the question again.
I ask, Chair, this house, as we speak, somebody is serving a sentence in that house. And if my memory serves me well, we were told that house was auctioned.
Yes.
Am I right, Mr. Nkabinde?
Yes, that's correct.
So the guy who bought the house is Paul O'Sullivan.
Yes, that's correct.
Are you happy, Chair?
Whose house is this house you are asking the witness about?
It was Ketcher's house, the one who was arrested, who's serving a prison sentence,
The fugitive.
a fugitive. which now confirms that even Paul O'Sullivan is a fugitive with those passports he possesses. Hence, Chair, I'm short of adjectives of how to describe these revelations which we are getting now here. Now, as I said earlier to you, that Advocate Johnson, I posed a few questions to her. Hence, I'm asking you because you were with iPad. At least you are 3 in 1. You were with iPad, iPad, and you had the IDEC, and now as a chief of staff of the Minister Senzo Mkhwanazi, am I right?
No, I've never been with IDEC.
Oh, you never been IDEC, so you have been iPad all the time.
SAPS and IPID. By the time IPID guys moved to IDEC, I was already outside.
Oh, okay. Now, in your view, what measures can we, as lawmakers, to help SAPS with all what you told us today, that you have meetings? Hence, I was asking you if you remember the issue, those members, if you know them from AfriForum and the DA. Do you know those members? Are they top echelons in their structures?
Not really. They were just introduced like that.
But they were introduced as a DA member in that. And remember, we have Roke as well, a journalist. You said there was a journalist there.
Yes.
Perhaps, do you have the name?
No, I don't have a name. It was a white lady.
How I wish that we had pictures, because as I have mentioned some of them here, Karen Morgan, Marian Tam, Paul van Veek, and you say it was a female, am I right?
Female white, yes.
Yeah, I think, I'm not sure whether we can do that. There's cameras in that house, in Bedford View, am I right?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, this unethical conduct, is it for the first time we are reporting this to this ad hoc committee?
Yeah, it is the first time someone is listening to me about them.
But you did try to raise an alarm on these matters.
Hence, hence the report was sent to the minister,
Which minister?
Minister Bheki.
So Bheki did nothing about this.
I did nothing except use it not to renew the contract.
Your contract?
No, he only used this report not to renew McBride's contract, but he never done anything about it. It's the first time I talk about it. The only thing I know about this report is that I lost my job.
Now, if you remember the issue of the blue light, that contract which some few generals were arrested, am I right?
That's correct.
In your view, I think there was a police, a provincial commissioner, Tilang, in that blue light issue, am I right?
That's correct.
And there was General Mkhwanazi in that arrest, am I right? There were about 8 or 9 or more. And General Patlane was a target, am I right?
That's it.
Because of this position which he perhaps would have been appointed for if there was no Patlane task team.
That's it.
I hope the president is listening. That in this country, at the top echelons, in 2017, in 2018, 2019, the state capture was indeed in a swing. And the media as well, whoever was there as well, because we know that they sponsored views poisoning our society. We are quite aware of that. Now, when did you last spoke to McBride?
I last spoke to him during my last day of work, 19 September 2018.
So in your statement here, who's Mr. Temane Binang?
He was part of the task team. Now he works for IDEC
He was part of the task team.
team.
And he was working for,
He was part of Patane task team.
yeah, what I'm saying, was he working for SAPS or was he
No,
working for?
the task team was for IP task team.
Okay. Now, you've mentioned as well SSA, if I listen to you carefully. Who, are you comfortable to give us the name? Because you've mentioned Mr. Sisoko from IP, am I right? Before you went to IDEC. And you've mentioned Mr. Kuba,
Yes,
who was able to stop this investigation, am I right?
yes, they were the heads.
Mr. Kuba, where is Mr. Kuba? Is he still with IP?
Yes,
And Sisoko is IDEC, am I right?
yes.
Now, there was a meeting which shortly before the African National Congress, in your statement, African National Congress conference, and they wanted to procure a crime intelligence equipment costing 45 million, which will be used during the conference. And however, that did not, that procurement did not succeed. Am I right?
Yes.
What was the plan? What was why was the police wanted to procure that equipment for the African National Congress conference, in your view?
No, the guy Hlongwane, Brigadier Hlongwane, was part of that meeting. He mentioned that a grabber worth 7 million, they were pushed to buy it for 45 million. That's what he said. And then Mr. McBride then said the rest of the money was planned to be used for the conference.
Of the ANC.
Yes.
In other words, they wanted to inflate the invoice of that equipment.
Because in that meeting, a special advisor of the then Minister of Police, he was part of that meeting, a special advisor of Fikile Mbalula, who was the Minister of Police by then.
So the special advisor of the current Secretary General of the ANC was involved in these shenanigans.
Was part of that meeting, yes.
Now, if you remember very well, I think as we speak here, General Vuma is still suspended. Am I right?
That's correct.
Why was she suspended? Do you know? Can you share maybe a minute if you know?
I think it's part of that that procurement. I'm not sure.
Now, the plan was to use one Brigadier Hlongwane. Is he still with the police as well?
I think it's been dismissed.
Because he's the one who was supposed to influence this procurement.
Yes.
I mean, procuring this machine. And Petle and yourself, you were supposed to fabricate a statement. Am I right?
That's correct.
To achieve what?
To remove Motiba as an acting national commissioner.
Oh, yes.
To pave the way of McBride.
Now, the 702 Barry Bateman at that time was used to for disinformation. Am I right?
Yeah, it was part of us.
So Barry Bateman was part of the Pahlane a task team.
That's correct.
Mandla kayise Mahlangu, you said he has passed on, unfortunately, if I heard you well. Was he a prosecutor or was he a policeman
He was an investigator from IPID.
from IPID?
He was part of the task team.
So the executive director came up with a strategy to get 2 members from the DPCI to be seconded permanently to IPID. Who were those members?
It was Colonel Rulopse,
Colonel
Rulopse,
Rulopse,
Captain McLean,
Captain McKay. Oh, I remember that name. Now, you know what we have done, Mr. Nkabinde, and to my honorable members and to South Africans, we will pray for you. You know, in all the, let me not say all. You've mentioned General Sibia that he was part, remember?
Yes.
And many people who are still working for SAPS. Am I right? You've made a recommendation in your statement because these are serious revelation indeed. And for me, I'm not sure about our state security because they should have known this. And this was supposed to be reported not only by you alone. But, as I said, Chair, I'm reserving my last 10 minutes.
No, you will be told by me what time is left.
Thank you. For now, I want to stop here because I wanted to make a follow-up at it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. You stopped at 19 past 6. So you were to expire at 26 minutes past 6. So it's 7 minutes plus the 30 seconds that I promised you.
Thank you. I really appreciate your benevolence, Chair. Thank you.
Pass the microphone to Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Ngola, your time expires at 18:49.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening to the chief plotist in front of me.
Good afternoon. Good evening.
Look, let's take it back to the recording. You are quite confusing us. You have responded to the evidence leader that you have recorded the General Mkhwanazi on the basis of the advice from the Minister of Police. You replied to Honorable Cameron that you have recorded General Mkhwanazi on the basis of your own volition. In paragraph 75 of your supplementary statement, you made mention that you have recorded General Mkhwanazi on your own volition, and the two can't coexist. It's either you have recorded General Mkhwanazi on the basis of your own volition, voluntarily, from your own accord, or you have done so on the basis of having received an advice. Which one is true?
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, I have never said to the evidence leader, I recorded General Mkhwanazi because of the advice of the minister. I've never said that. What I said to the evidence leader is that yes, indeed, minister gave that advice that you should consider recording. But in this specific recording, I was prompted and I took a decision based on General Mkhwanazi is sending me a message which is now not correct than what we spoke on the 2nd.
Was that decision taken before or after the advice from the minister?
It was after the advice.
So, okay. Then it answers my question, if that's the case.
Yeah.
You have considered the recording on the basis of the advice of the minister.
No, that's not correct.
Okay, what is correct?
What is correct, I decided to record after General Mkhwanazi is sending me a distorted information.
So you considered the advice of the minister?
No, I never considered the advice of the minister. I was prompted by that message.
Okay. I think let's pass this stage. I don't want us to spend more time, but I really do not agree with how you structure it. It's fine. Maybe we'll deal with it on a later stage. Part of what you say is the issue relating to what you call threats by General Mkhwanazi, who says if the letter is not withdrawn, there is going to be a fight back and all that. And I can assure you that even the minister has even brought a recording. But in the recording, the person who is heard uttering those words is you, not General Mkhwanazi. Have you been able to get access to that recording, and what is your view about it?
That is exactly what happened. After I received this message, which is it's carrying incorrect information, I started to record. Then while it's recorded, we are now deliberating, myself and General Mkhwanazi.
Let's do like this, Mr. Nkabinde, with due respect. May you just pull back a moment, redirect the microphone to, yeah, you can switch it on and proceed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then when we are talking with General Mkhwanazi that what would have happened because it was just two of us conversation on the 2nd. Would it be maybe someone was listening to our conversation or tapping our phones? Then I said, no. I don't think someone was tapping our phones because there are crucial things that you said, which is supposed to be contained in this message. If there was a person tapping us or listening to us, he wouldn't leave out that you said there will be a fight back. He wouldn't leave out that you said if the minister is clean, he can continue. And then General Mkhwanazi is affirming, is agreeing with me that, yeah, no, he never said this thing, and is agreeing with me with in reference to our conversation of the 2nd. So that's what the recording entails.
Okay. You say there is nothing special about the complaint brought by Mr. Adams, but the series of events are proving otherwise. There is 2 days in between opening the 2 cases in Cape Town and Johannesburg. But in a space of about less than 20 days, there was an arrest already. It went to the minister, went to the national commissioner, went to the chief of staff, went to IDEC, an arrest was made. Now, the events actually suggest that the complaint by Honorable Adams was actually treated specially. So, in your own recollection, are all the complaints that you receive treated the same way, getting the same special attention, and exacerbated within this short period of time?
First of all, why I was saying the complaint of Adams was not special to me. It's because I treated like any other complaints that I'm getting. In the complaint, I did not even know details of the complaint. I only see case numbers. I'm not even sure who's involved and who are the suspects. So that is why I'm saying that complaint for me, it was like any other complaint. I even referred the same day to different authorities.
Do you usually refer complaints the same day?
Yes, I refer complaints like almost every day. I screen them, I refer to the relevant department. In some others, you'll find that it does not even for the police. Then I need to refer to other departments. So there's always referral. And then how people receiving it, done about it, I cannot comment. I'm not sure.
That's fine, but I'm telling you, the series of events in relation to the complaint by Honorable Adams do suggest that the complaint received a special attention, but we'll discuss that with the committee on committee deliberations. You say, apart from IPID, it was therefore important that the complaint is referred to another independent body, IDEC. How is IDEC an independent body?
IDEC is independent from SAPS, or it's independent even from the Ministry of Police, because SAPS, IPID, DPCI, and SERA, those are entities reporting to the Minister of Police. IDEC is under NPA. It's totally independent from our environment.
Yeah, it should have been properly explained that independence from the police.
Yes, from the police.
Because when you say independence, it will have an overarching.
No, from the police.
Because even the accounting officer of IDEC is the Director General of the Department of Justice. So that's why we wanted to get what you mean exactly. So the minister testifies before the committee and says he has nominated about 3 people for the position of the chief of staff, which therefore was subjected to the HR process, and interviews were later held or conducted. Is that correct?
I don't know if for the chief of staff position, there were 3 people nominated. Minister has never shared that information with me.
But do you recall that you said you were the only one in the last testimony?
Who?
You.
I said what?
You said you were the only one who was nominated. You said under oath. Do you recall that part?
Yes, because I was the only one doing those assessments. I was not competing with anyone.
Okay, let's go to, do internal communication protocols of the police service permit a chief of staff to call a press briefing to talk about policing issues?
No, it's not allowed.
It's not allowed.
Yes.
Okay. What did you mean when you said if anything happens to you, it must be blamed to General Masemola?
It's because those police who came suspiciously with balaclavas, they said they were sent by him.
The people who invaded your place?
Yes, with balaclavas.
Had balaclavas?
Yes.
And they said they were sent by Masemola?
Yes.
What did this not happen during the time of the raid and confiscation of gadgets?
It was during that time, but the raid could not happen because I was not at home.
So was it police who arrived at your place?
Yes.
They wore balaclavas?
Yes.
And they said they were sent by General Masemola?
Yes.
Okay. That point is noted. You said you don't know the names of the further 4 people who attended the meeting with the minister.
Yes, I don't know.
And you say you did not attend the meeting as well.
Yes,
But you say you confirm that the Stilfontein debacle was discussed in the meeting. How do you confirm discussions of the meeting you're not part of?
no, the purpose of the meeting was for that. So surely part of the discussion will be informed by the purpose of the meeting.
Okay,
Because that's how I facilitated it.
that's fair.
Yes.
Then how is Mr. Mkhwanazi a relevant body for Stilfontein in your own?
My assumption will be that Stilfontein is part of his province.
Stilfontein is part of his province.
Yes,
Oh, is he part of the mining industry?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Okay. Is he a leading the province? Is he a local leader?
No, I don't know.
Was the meeting not based on calling local leaders to discuss the debate in Stilfontein?
Yes, the purpose was for Mkhwanazi to arrange local leaders.
Local leaders.
Yes.
Okay, you say there is a 22nd November top management meeting of the SAPS
Yes.
that discussed as part the political killings task team. But you further say you don't think it's important that you disclose the discussions in that particular meeting. Why is it so? The crux of why we're here is the dissolution of the political killings task team. So any information relating to whatever meetings was, you'll recall, Mr. Ngabin, that we have got numerous evidence with us. And most of it contradicts each other. Mkhwanazi says this, Masemola says this, Sbiya says this, Mkhunu says this. So it's very important, boss. We must understand the steps leading to the letter of the 31st of December 2024.
Why I said that is because I can only share what I could remember, but the meeting is for the minister who knows why he called the meeting, but I can share what I can remember, what was discussed. That is why earlier on, I did not even mention only PKTT, because I remember the issue of fiscal policy and ORS. I remember an issue of inspectorate. Then I remember the issue of murder and robbery unit, where PKTT name was touched on as one of those task team that will fall under murder and robbery unit.
When were you appointed as the chief of staff?
1st of August.
August.
Yes.
Are you aware of the letter of Miss Merdihas?
No.
On the 31st of October?
No.
You have not seen it?
No.
Which was a complaint to the minister?
No, I never.
You didn't see it?
No.
Okay. Now let's go to paragraph 64 of your main statement. Of your main statement, 64 of the supplementary statement, sorry. Of the supplementary statement. You say, yeah, you have no prior knowledge of the existence of the PKTT before the letter of the 31st of December 2024. That's paragraph 64 of your supplementary statement. But in the same statement, you say you had a meeting on the 22nd of November 2024 discussing, amongst other issues, the PKTT. Isn't that a contradiction?
No, it's not written like that, 64. It does not say I had no knowledge of the existence.
Okay.
Yeah. The 64 is saying I had no prior knowledge of the operational activities of the PKTT.
Okay. So you have the knowledge now after the 31st meeting?
I have no knowledge. Even now, I don't know what they are doing. I don't have any knowledge of their operational activities.
But why are you saying prior the 31st of December? Was inadvertently this means after the letter, you actually have knowledge of the operations now?
No, there was a specific question that I was responding, guided by the consultation. There was a specific question that there are incidents happened before the 31st directives, which those incidents, they are perceived or alleged to be a contributing factor for the disbandment. So that was a specific response during the guidance of what the committee is looking for.
Okay, let's go to, you say you, as part of your life in the service, taught the law of evidence
Yes,
to maybe the juniors, the trainees, and
Yes.
all sort of that. Now, we'll presume that at least the basics of the law of evidence at least are understandable.
that's correct.
So in your own understanding, can an illegally solicited evidence be admissible?
No,
It can't.
can't.
Okay. Do you understand that there are laws that govern the handling of intelligence information in South Africa?
That's correct.
Okay. So can a person wake up and say they got an intelligence report on the doorstep when they woke up going to pee in the toilet, then go to IDEC and lay a complaint without producing those documents by just writing an affidavit? Can that happen in a normally operating security cluster?
No, it will be very difficult to comment because I don't know what happened to that person.
Okay.
So it will be irrational for me to comment on something I was not there. I can say he's lying. What if he's not?
Okay. I'm asking, I'm not referring to a person. I'm referring to what the law says about the handling of intelligence information. So that's why I'm making an example about myself. Is it legally permissible for me to do that? Wake up in the morning, say at the doorstep of my home, I saw a file with intelligence information, and therefore I am laying a complaint on the basis of that intelligence information, but not produce that information to you, the person I'm laying a complaint to. I just bring it in a way of, in a form of the word of mouth. Can that be legally permissible as a credible and an admissible evidence?
It's depending that once you get that information, you then definitely need to probe further to collaborate. Yeah, because those are the things you cannot just take from a face value.
Yes.
You just need to probe it further and verify and confirm. As far as the source, the originator of that leaked report, because it means it was leaked somewhere.
And to investigate it further means part of what I must get hold of is the said report.
Yes, and trace it back.
Yes, as part of the primary documentary evidence
definitely.
that I must have in supporting the actual the actual intention to pursue further towards an arrest. Must have at least went and solicited that documentary evidence, trace it how it came about and all that.
That's correct.
So if I did not do that, it therefore means my actions towards Honorable Doli as a person who is actually an alleged culprit in the complaint. My actions would actually be not justifiable if I had not undergone these steps me and you are agreeing about.
Yes, but I don't want to take ownership in that direction because every case has its own merits. So you'll find that there is a part of classified document and we wouldn't know what else that one should consider in investigating the matter.
Okay. Let's leave this matter and go to the boys trip. You say in your statement that the boys trip ultimately ended up taking a visit to Minister Mkhwanazi's homestead,
That's correct.
and you call it incidental.
It's not incidental. I decided that let's go past there.
Okay.
It can't be incidental where you will drive to that direction.
So you withdraw incidental.
I will.
Written in the statement, the introduction of Mkhwanazi to the minister was incidental. And incidental, how I know it, is us accidentally meeting each other in the toilet, meeting each other in a restaurant, meeting each other in a corridor, without knowing that we're going to meet each other. So taking a conscious decision to take a drive and visit someone can be incidental. Do you agree on that?
No, it is incidental in a way that it has never been a planned trip. And we're coming from Durban. We drive all the way to Mpangeni side for something else. Then we are in the area. Then I said, hey, let's go and visit the old man.
That's the part. That's
Yeah.
the part.
So that incidentally come from there.
That's the part that contradicts your explanation. You say incidental means you didn't plan.
Yes.
And you say again, then you are in the same area. Then you say, hey, let's go visit that man. That's a plan. You plan to visit the minister.
No, it can't be planned if it's sudden.
Can be planned if sudden.
If it's a sudden thought that now we are here, can't we go and pass by the minister?
But do we agree that incidental means meeting each other without knowing that we're going to meet each other?
I was referring to that because General Mkhwanazi had no plan to go and see the minister. I hijacked him while we were in the area. Then he agreed.
Yeah, I get that explanation and I'm not against it, but I still maintain that it was not incidental. It's an acceptable, look, don't confuse this thing and think that we're saying is wrong. No, that's not what we're saying. But all we're saying is that it cannot be incidental as actually alleged by the statement. Because you consciously took a boys' trip to Minister Mkhwanazi's house to visit him with an intention, visit him. So it's not a coincidence. It's not an incident.
But it was not planned.
Okay, let's leave it. Have you been able to? Wait, this is my last point, Chair. I'm taking this to you because you have experience in the detective work. So, have you been able to see or access or hear what General Khumalo is charged with? The charges against General Khumalo?
No, I never got a chance to see except what is on the media. But without me seeing a docket as a detective, it's very difficult to make a comment because I don't know what is in there. But if I can have that docket as a detective trainer, not even a detective, I can tell. whether there's a case here or not.
Okay. Amongst the charges is an employment of brigadier somewhat. I just can't recall the surname. There is an employment process that has been undertaken, and there is an accusation that it was an irregular employment. There are a lot of things that are said about it, but can that turn to be a criminal case?
Depending the circumstances surrounding that.
Which circumstances can a labor matter like this be turned to be a criminal trial?
Once an irregular appointment consists of forgery, it's now become more criminal than labor. But I'm not too sure the circumstances of that specific matter. But if it's involved any sub form of manipulation, misrepresentation, or what, it's just that I don't have the merits of that specific case.
Okay. Chair, it's just that my recollection is failing me. I'm not sure if as part of our draft list for witnesses to be called, Mr. Paul O'Sullivan is part of it. But if not, can we add Mr. Paul immediately?
We have that list. We can't add him here. We must, if there is any witness that has to be added, the name must come in a formal meeting of the committee. But the name is there, Honorable Ngola.
Yeah, that's why, Chair, I started by saying if my recollection is serving. My recollection is not serving me well.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much.
You were left with 1 minute of your time.
Yeah, Chair, that's why I want to valelisa officially to the chief plotist.
Yeah.
I want to also echo, Chair, the views by Honorable Mvalo that today you are doing very well.
He brought the helmet.
In assisting the committee, because our own objective is not to fight with anyone, but to try to get to the bottom of what happened so that it informs our findings. I was worried last time because you appeared like someone who was here to stage a fight back. And I was like, if this is the attitude, this one is going to collapse within a minute. And it happened. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you so much. The members are applauding you for bringing your helmet and the badge. And I added the necklace and the amulets.
Thanks to you, Chair, for your good advice.
I'm calling the grannies at home to organize the beads for you. Tema will bring those beads. Honorable Kola Barnett, your time starts now.
Thank you very much, Chair.
And then it ends at 7:20. We're going to break.
Thank you.
And come back at 8.
Sure. I'm finding it quite fascinating that we're talking so much about Robert McBride, and yet for some reason we're not calling him to give evidence. Surely he must be given the right of reply. I think that must be seriously considered. I agree with my colleague. And while people were going on about this man, Paul O'Sullivan, I Googled him, and he apparently runs O'Sullivan, Brosnan and Associates and are leading experts in forensic and fraud investigation and a whole lot more. So it seems quite a substantial firm for people wondering what on earth he does. Now, Mr. Nkabanda, I was in Parliament in the Police Portfolio Committee meeting. I think probably the only one in the room here now, except Nicolette perhaps, who it was a meeting in which Robert McBride was turned on by ANC members of that committee. And the outcome of that truly acrimonious meeting was that he was not allowed to be retained for a second term as the head of the IPID. It was a job I had very serious reservations about initially, but finally accepted that he did the job well and without fear or favor. Now, I was fascinated to read about the claims of how in 2018 IPID members were encouraged by SAPS members to undermine the IPID head McBride. And Mr. Mkhwanazi, you said during your first, sorry, I can't see you. May I ask, yeah, I can shift. Anyway, I'm here, if that helps. You said in your first appearance before this committee that you in fact put in a report, and you confirmed that today. I'm not sure who you put it to, and that it was as a result of that report that it was decided Parliament would not allow him to stand for a second term. Now, Mr. Mkhwanazi, you said this decision was taken before the parliamentary committee sat to determine his fate. You in fact said that the decision was taken outside of Parliament before we inside of Parliament met to deliberate on the matter. The implication is that Parliament is just a tick box exercise for people like you, and while long suspected by many, this confirmation for MPs is in fact horrendous. Could you comment on that, please?
Thank you, Chair. The Portfolio Committee embarked on investigating this matter. As a result, they wrote a letter to me to confirm my allegations, because my allegation, as per the report, was central to those deliberations. Then until the committee finalized its deliberations and issued a report, which in that report, my report is in reference, which is on the public domain.
Well, in 2018, when you worked at the IPID, did you work with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, the much arrested acting National Police Commissioner who followed Ria Piecha after she'd been removed, to try and discredit the IPID so that he wouldn't be charged? Let me repeat, you were employed at the IPID by the time, dealing with criminality within the SAPS at the time, but you seem to have forgotten that Mkhwanazi was arrested for a 191 million rand fraud and corruption case involving him and a string of other senior police officers. It was a very serious matter, which somehow you seem to claim was just a setup, it's been through court after court, appeal after appeal, he's lost and lost and lost. And yet you somehow claim it was some kind of state capture business. To me, it just looked like down and out theft. And that's what he was charged with. I've got the names of all of those charged. And some of it included the irregular procurement of software called RipJar, which was meant to be used during the incidents of October 2015, the Fees Must Fall protest. All irregular contracts relating to procurement, which is where most of the thieving in the SAPS usually happens. Did you write an affidavit specifically for Mkhwanazi to use as a supporting affidavit for him when he was charged by the IPID, the very entity you were working for?
No, I wrote this report, which it was in favor of Mkhwanazi.
Okay. You were a senior investigator at IPID and on the very task team investigating Mkhwanazi, when it apparently came to light, and I quote from an affidavit and various other documents, in mid-March 2018, that certain SAPS members, including General Mkhwanazi and Mkhwanazi, had allegedly approached members of the IPID task team and offered them promotions to brigadier within crime intelligence in exchange for giving false statements implicating McBride and other senior IPID members involved in the Mkhwanazi investigation. Now, your response to that?
I was never approached. I was not also part of those people, if there are any, whom they were approached. I don't know about that.
So did Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi convince you to give a Section 204 statement against McBride and try to destroy the case against Mkhwanazi? Of course, you were one of the main investigators, saying that as your very close friend, he would help you get another position.
No, that has never happened.
Okay. Were you offered a brigadier position in the SAPS for bringing McBride down?
No, not at all.
Okay. And certainly an affidavit by Mandla Mkhwanazi confirmed what was happening and that had happened to him, but he was killed shortly after deposing that affidavit. I'm sure you must have known him. Now, the IPID was at that stage investigating crime intelligence for the purchase of the grabbers at the massively bloated price of 45 million. It's presumed that this is one of the reasons McBride was targeted. Yet somehow when you were talking earlier, you gave the impression that somehow he was behind the purchase instead of driving the investigation into the purchase. Could you clarify, please?
I was part of that investigating team. We were investigating that matter.
Okay, so you were not implying that, in fact, as the head of IPID, he had purchased the grabbers?
No, McBride was investigating that
Yes.
matter, yes,
Okay.
with us.
Sorry, when you presented earlier, it didn't quite come out like that. That's fine. I'm glad you've clarified that. Thank you. Now, I'd like you to clarify your expertise. Did you in fact meet the minimum requirements in terms of experience for a chief director post? Because as the chief of staff to a minister, the requirement is you must have at least 5 years experience in senior management, which means you must have been at least at a level of director for 5 years. But you left the IPID as an assistant director, which is a junior management position. So it's difficult to understand how you were given the position in that the HR department is very, very sticky in this area.
Yes, after I left government, I acquired a managerial position as a head of forensic, managing forensic in private sector.
For 5 years?
Yeah, more than 5 years.
Thank you. I've read various affidavits wherein your claims are described as, quote, extravagant and utterly false. I find it truly a shame, and I agree with my colleague, Ian Cameron, that you chose to leave rather than go through the process or indeed going to court to clear your name. Do you regret that now? Should you not have stuck it out and cleared your name?
No, I could not wait to get dismissed. If I get that offer, I could, no ways I cannot grab it.
Okay. I'm told you actually asked to go. You were not asked by others. You asked to leave, yes?
Can you repeat?
You asked to leave the IPID personally. You said you want to go. You've had enough.
No, it's never happened like that.
Okay, that's not my information. That's most interesting.
No, McBride came and proposed a settlement agreement. That's why we were all shocked. What is he doing at the disciplinary hearing venue? Because as a head of department, you can't be part of disciplinary. So he came there to stop it.
Well, that's again.
And I also know why he stopped it. He did not want to go out of proportion, because what is in the report, it was just a drop in an ocean.
Again, I'm receiving contradictory information, which is again why I think, Chair, if we had a chair, acting chair, whoever we have in the room, I think we need to definitely call. We're having accusations that are one-sided. We need a right of reply. So I think McBride must be summoned to the committee. Thank you. I'm done, Chair, or acting chair, or I don't know what to call you.
Thank you, Honorable Bernard. And the chair has indicated that we are going to consider this proposal. You recall that both Honorable Nomvalo, Honorable Skosana, myself, and yourself now have actually proposed a certain number of people to be added. So we're going to be a meeting to discuss that. Thank you very much, Honorable Matthys.
Are we going now or are we having a break? I have no problem going.
Oh, what did you say?
I'm saying, are we going to continue now or are we having a break?
Let's go. Let's go.
Must be nice again. Yeah.
Honorable Mates, we're going to take the break or immediately after you. So we will take your 30 minutes, because anyway, we're supposed to take a break at 7:30. So you can proceed, Honorable Mates. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kibindi. Why did you give us a supplementary statement instead of a new statement?
I realized that there was no materially changes that needs to be effected. In fact, I realized that after I got an accurate information, like for instance, the issue of a date of the meeting of Brown Mohotsi and the minister, in my initial statement, I said it happened between October, November. Then if I check the correct date, it was 28 October, which means in my initial statement, there was nothing wrong I did. My estimation was very correct. So it means I just needed to supplement and give more additional information for clarification.
Did your legal team advise you to do this and you agreed to it?
That's correct.
Okay. So there are 6 material changes and possibly more in your statement. We're going to go through it. Number one, on your initial statement, paragraph 71, I don't know if you want to go to there. It says there was a meeting on the 21st of November 2024 with the top management of SAPS to discuss violent murders and crimes. Then on your supplementary statement, you say, I recall attending a meeting on the 22nd of November 2024, etc. So there's a date change from the 21st to the 24th of November.
It's not a date change.
I beg your pardon?
It's not a date changed, Chair. When I consult the calendar, I had to supplement with an additional meeting. 21st of November, it was there. The meeting is correct. What is not showing there is the meeting of the 22nd, which I had to supplement and give as an additional meeting.
On paragraph 80, you said you facilitated a meeting and then you were vague and then on your supplementary statement, you set out the chronology and then you include the dates as the 28th of October and the 30th of September. So here you give an explanation or expansion.
Yes.
It's not necessarily a contradiction. On paragraph 82, there's also your dates are broad. You had indicated January and February, and then you tighten it up to the 3rd of February. So there's some clarification there and not necessarily details. When we go to paragraph 76, you say the 30th of September 2024, and then you clarify in the supplementary statement, you say there on the 1st of October and not the 30th of September.
Yes, I was clarifying,
Okay.
yes.
Right, so it's a date change. On paragraph 71, you say of the main state, in your first statement, you present him as attending meetings on the 21st of November 2024 and on the 5th and the 6th of March 2025. And then you have the 27th of March 2025 describing what was discussed about the PKTT and the murder and robbery unit. So you don't spell out how active or passive your role was in those meetings. Then in the supplementary statement, you reaffirm that you had no operational knowledge of the PKTT prior to the 31st of December directive. But you clarify that your role in these meetings were to provide strategic and administrative support. So you have reframed your role completely in these paragraphs.
Yes, in my supplementary, I was now clarifying more of my role.
You're
That-
reframing it. Should we read it? There's a difference to clarifying and reframing it.
No, I was putting in additional information.
You narrow your role down, you're not, okay, let's read it. If you're saying that, let's read paragraph 76 in your statement,
The initial one or supplementary?
your initial statement. Because you reframe your role, and in the main statement or your first statement, you create an impression that you were more involved in these PKTT discussions. And then in your supplementary one, you say that you didn't really participate in it. So you're reframing it, you're not providing us additional information.
Chair, where is it that I was showing my more involvement in my initial statement? Which paragraph?
Paragraph 71.
71 does not show any of my involvement.
Paragraph 68 to 72. I beg your pardon?
'68.
To 72.
I had no knowledge of the operations of the PKTT prior to the directive being issued. Then 69, I do, however, have knowledge of the existence of the PKTT. I recall attending meetings in November, which was attended by SAP's top management, of course, in my capacity as a chief of staff. I do not believe it is necessary and relevant to speak to what was discussed there, save to mention that there was a mention of the PKTT amongst other issues. So also here, I don't see my involvement or my active participation. 70, I attended all meetings with the minister in my capacity as a chief of staff. My role during these meetings was to provide strategic and administrative support, to take note of key decisions and directives, and to ensure that all matters arising were properly coordinated and implemented through the appropriate channels, acting with the instructions of the minister. Also here, I don't see where I was actively involved, except those administrative support. 71, there was a meeting on 21st November with the top management of SAPS to discuss violent matters and violent crimes. And also here, I don't see my active participation. 72, I attended the meetings of 5 and 6 March, where the gradual disbandment.
You don't, in your supplementary statement, you remove the word strategic.
Which paragraph?
In your supplementary statement, you got knowledge of, you don't say strategic, you say knowledge of PKTT prior to the issuing of directives.
Where do I say strategic?
You don't say strategic in your supplementary statement.
In my initial, where do I say it?
Paragraph, let me go to it. And maybe you can tell us what is your understanding of strategic? Because you just read now about strategic in paragraph 68. Did you not? You just read now.
Yeah, in paragraph 70, I was outlining my generic duties when I'm attending meetings, that my responsibility is to provide strategic and administrative support.
Okay, and then in your supplementary, you remove the point about strategic. So I guess we're not clear, or you're not clear, because there's a huge difference when you say strategic and then you withdraw it, because now you're downplaying
but
what your role is.
In my supplemental, there is no strategic.
I beg your pardon?
In my supplemental, there is no strategic. There has to be.
So there's just been a complete different reframing of your role in those paragraphs. Let's move on to paragraph 55 in the first statement.
Yeah, but in my paragraph 66, in my supplementary, strategic is there.
In the same context, hold on, let me find it. Oh, I have to look on my
Yeah,
laptop. Let's go to paragraph 55 to 58. You say the minister asked that I consider that these are serious threats and that I consider recording my conversation. And then you state in your supplementary that the timelines, which is paragraph 45 to 54, remain accurate. But you say, however, I wish to clarify what is stated in paragraph 55. So your first statement rather is strong, has very strong links to the idea that the recording, which has come up, was the minister's suggestion. Not that he told you to do it, but that it was his suggestion. Now in your supplementary statement, you're saying it was all on your own.
In my initial, there's no way I say that.
You don't say what?
That I recorded because
The
of
minister
suggestion.
asked that I consider these threats as a serious threats and consider recording my conversation.
Yes, that's what happened, but there's no way I say when I recorded, I considered that idea of the minister. There's no way I say that.
You are, well, now you're playing with words, but you're saying that the minister gave you the idea to consider it.
That's what he did, yes.
But
But when,
okay.
by the
And then
time
now
I
you've
recorded,
changed it, but let's just agree that you've changed it now because you make it out like this was only your idea and the minister did not ask you to consider doing
I
it.
never changed it. Why it does not appear on my supplementary? It's because we reiterated that we are not going to repeat what has been said. I can only write in the supplemental what I need to supplement.
You shift in your supplementary. You shift from the minister asked or recommended to it was just you. Let's leave and move on to, let's leave that and we've noted that. Are you still an ANC member?
Have I ever said I'm an ANC member? If you say
It's the wrong question. Are you an ANC member?
No, I'm not in politics.
I asked if you're an ANC, so you're not, you can be a member and not be necessarily active in politics.
No, I'm not a member of any party.
Are you, I'm asking about the ANC, yes or no?
No.
Okay, thank you. Let's move like that. Let's talk about the Minister Kuno's iPad case in 2017. What were your findings? Can you just summarize? Because you were assigned to that case.
My findings was that there were no reasonable, valid reason to reopen a case which was declined 5 years ago.
Did you also say that the Hawks were being used to interfere in political matters in your findings?
The Hawks were used. Yes, I said that.
Did you share this information with Minister Kuno? Did you share the information with the minister?
Yes.
About these political matters or?
No, I shared to him that my findings is that there are no valid reason to reopen the case.
I'm talking particularly about that there's been political interference.
No.
No. What was the political interference?
No, that what during my interviews, that what I told, that it's a political pressure. That what they were
giving the political pressure.
No, I never got the name.
So you closed the case or you concluded on a case without having a name of anybody on who was doing that?
I never closed the case. The case,
Well, your findings,
the case
let me put it
remained
this
with
way.
them, yeah.
Okay, but your findings, you gave those findings, but you didn't know who the person was.
Yes.
That was doing the political pressure.
When you investigate a case, you deal with the crux of the matter. Was there a valid reason to reopen a case or not? That was my findings. There is no valid reason. Then my recommendations this is the route you must take if you want to properly reopen a case.
Okay, so you're saying that there was no valid reason to reopen the case because, and you based it on because of political pressure. You said not interference. I think your initial statement says interference. It doesn't say pressure, which is two different things, I guess. But let's go with the pressure, right? What was the political pressure? Because if you can conclude like that, there has to be who, how, what was the political pressure? Where was it coming from? Who is the political figure that was involved?
No, I never got into that extent.
So you think you did a thorough job on the case?
Yes, a thorough
Okay,
job was
okay, let's
the
move
case needs to be.
Without knowing who was doing the political pressure, you did a thorough job. Without knowing who was involved, who was putting the political pressure on. You're not even saying I can't say who it is. You did a thorough job without the knowledge of who is the person or the persons involved.
The name was
Political
not
pressure.
given. The name was not
And you
given.
didn't ask. And then you believed it. You didn't even interview that person.
I would not interview the person because I didn't know who it was.
And you didn't ask. And that's a thorough job.
No, the name was not given.
Yeah, you said that. I'm saying, and you didn't ask. Because given and saying I asked for the name and they refused to give me the name. It's two different
No,
things.
yes, it did not give me the name.
Because you didn't ask for the name.
I wanted to verify who are those people giving you pressure. Then they could not give me the name.
Let's talk about IDEC. Do you think IDEC has been used in the same manner that perhaps IPID was used in the minister's case?
No, I can't say because I can't prove it. And I never encounter.
You haven't encountered anything. So the minister asking you to refer a case to IDEC for the first time, as you had given in your statement earlier, you didn't think that that might be more or less the same script as perhaps?
No, I see it like it's an appropriate body in that circumstances.
All right. Your favorable findings in the IPID investigation for 2017, were you offered any money, donations in
Nothing.
kind? When the matter was closed, did you receive anything nice, a holiday?
No, the matter was not closed.
Oh, okay, wrong word, not closed. But when you submitted your findings,
No.
there was nothing.
No, it was just part of my job.
Oh, okay, nice one. And then, how many other matters did you investigate while you were investigator at IPID? More or less.
We've investigated a lot of cases and most of high profile cases.
Okay.
And
But just more or less how many?
there are so many, and there are so many people.
Like over 50, under 50, like
over
just you in
100.
particular, over 100.
Over 100.
How
and
many of those that you've investigated have you maintained a relationship with?
What do you mean?
So you've investigated this case, right, that involved the minister, and you've maintained your relationship with him since then to a point where you and Lieutenant General can just stop by his place and chill for tea, coffee, beer, whatever it is that you were doing. So I'm just asking in context of the over 100 cases that you were involved in, how many others have
There
you
are so
maintained
many.
this relationship, or you've maintained relationship?
Yes, there are so
So
many.
maybe just give us one or two names where you've maintained a relationship to that
No,
extent.
there are so many. Even
But
others,
so many is not giving
they
us-
don't even know. They think I'm still with IPID. They're still in contact with me. I'm still in contact with them.
You're not going to tell us, like more or less out of 10, 20, can you give us some names?
It's people you don't know in
It
Durban.
doesn't matter that we don't know. We are here and we
The
do an
Ngobo family
inquiry.
in Zuma. Ngobo family in Zuma. They even invited me when they had an unveiling tombstone.
And you can also just stop by at their places. So if you are in the hood,
Yeah, but they are not the same as a figure, like a former premier.
Okay.
Like if I can get your number,
Okay.
it won't be the same like any other people. I'll say I'm having a
So he
mandate
was the
number.
only high profile, because just before you said you interviewed or you were part of investigations of many high profile people. So I'm just asking, the ministers on that level of high profile, so I was hoping that you could give examples of other high profile people that you were part of investigations.
As
that you
complainant.
maintained that, and then eventually they appoint you, like perhaps as chief of staff or something.
No.
No.
The-
So
the-
your appointment as chief of staff had nothing to do with your favorable findings in the
It
minister's
has
case?
nothing to do because I left IPIT 2018. And I'm already having this relationship with the minister. He's been in a 2 other portfolio already.
Mm.
He has never appointed me, and we have never even spoke about me looking for the job. Because even when he nominated me here, I was working, I had to resign.
Let's move on to, my laptop is just keep moving up and down. It's just jumping. It must be a lucky day because now I'm going to miss some questions that I need to ask you. As far as you know, is or was the minister preparing to contest the ANC presidency or any positions in the ANC?
No,
your
I don't
knowledge?
know. He has never spoken to me about that.
Okay. Who was with you when you recorded the conversation with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi?
I was alone.
Have you had any engagements with Sabia, Lieutenant General Sabia?
Not at all.
Ever worked with him at all?
No.
Any engagements? And then what about Brian Pariachi?
No, I never also worked with him. I know the name now.
Where you said you were employed in between May 2029 and August 2021 with Secure Asset,
Yes,
a Secure Assist.
yes.
Did anybody who you are with at the moment, the Minister, General Mkhwanazi, assist you in getting that position?
There's anyone who?
Assisted or facilitated for you to be appointed in that position?
General Mkhwanazi assisted.
Oh, he assisted you.
Yes.
Who are the directors, or do you know who were the directors of the company at that time when you were appointed?
No, I'll elect not to dwell much on the private company matter. It will be very unfair to drag their names here.
Okay, do any of them have contracts with government, or did
No.
the company have contracts with
Not
government?
at all.
Okay. Outside of Paul O'Sullivan obstructing you from getting positions and his role, as you have indicated in your complaint to former Minister Bekitele about setting up a whole project or operation with very high-ranking officials within our justice system. Have you had any other engagements with him?
With who?
With Paul O'Sullivan?
No, not
No.
at all.
So when you were part of that operation, what was your Damascus moment where you thought, I need to leave this?
No, after I realized what we are doing, because I thought we are doing the job. After I realized, then I wanted to leave it.
What job did you think you were doing?
Our job as IPID, investigating crime.
And then on this particular operation, when you initially, what did you think you in particular was the operations for this particular job? Like who were you investigating, or what was the investigation
We were
about?
investigating General Pashane.
Okay.
So I thought we are chasing the crime.
Mm.
Up until I see this too much involvement of Paul O'Sullivan as a leading us. Then I started to realize that no, something is not right.
So that was your Damascus moment.
Yes.
So you were not actively involved in the faction You only realized afterward that this was a faction. And then did you speak to anybody else about it before you went and you wrote the letter to
No.
the former minister? You just went ahead and said that, no, this is a factional arrangement and I'm leaving.
Yes.
You are now, looks like we have the same vibe happening there in SAPSPOL, pretty much in the justice system of factions operating. Are you also having a moment,
I also have,
are you also having another Damascus moment of exposing a faction?
no, I'm not in that.
You were not involved in any
No.
factions at the moment. You were just doing your job there as a chief of staff.
Yes.
You and your buddy, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, had your things on the side and you weren't involved
Yes,
in any untoward things that were going on.
exactly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthys. You still had 4 minutes left. I want to thank you so much for that. Those minutes would be donated to the anniversary of Honorable Cameron. Honorable members who are breaking were coming back at 20 hours. When we come back, the next speaker will be Honorable Sols, will be the first speaker after break. Yeah, followed by Honorable James.
Recording stopped.
And then Honorable Ngubane, may you please raise your hand, but don't say so help me God, just raise your hand.
Chair, when is my turn?
We want to welcome you and thank you for the support that you are giving us. It always gives us strength and courage when members of the National Assembly come to see what we are doing here. But it's also important for South Africans to know that the work we do here, we do it in your name as the National Assembly. Thank you so much for that support.
Thank you very much.
And I hope you will stay with us until we conclude tonight's sessions. Thank you so much. Honorable members, I instruct you to stand up and go out for break.
Yes, sir.
Recording in progress.
Welcome, honorable members. Okay, thank you. The owner has taken them. Yeah. Yes. Good evening, Honorable Souls.
Good evening, Chair.
Mr. Nkabinde. Thank you. I have granted the SC permission to go and consult. He has a sore ear, and he was struggling. So, as a respectful young South Africans, I don't want to see elders in pain. So when he came to me requesting permission to go and get medication, I immediately released him. Honorable Souls and Mr. Nkabinde, your time starts now. And the best I can do from this table is to wish you good luck. All the best in your engagements. Oh, you want to say something? Okay.
Sorry, Chair, to disturb the process. I think it's important that I put this message, which I received now, into the record.
Yeah.
As I'm eating there, I received this message from Paul Sullivan.
Yeah.
Get ready, you lying crook. I am going to make sure you spend some years in prison. You were bribed by Mkhwanazi and Mabula. Now you will pay for your crimes guaranteed.
Yeah. Okay. Honorable members, are you triggered? But I had thought that Mr. Nkabinde has brought the message to our attention. And then what we should do now, we may not be coherent in the manner we deal with it. Let's think about it. And then we are together this week and next week when we are in a committee meeting dealing with these matters. For now, what we should do is for the legal authorities of Parliament, Mr. Nkabinde, to work with you and find a way how they can help you in the circumstances. And then the committee will come and have a discussion on that matter and see how your rights as a citizen of this country are guaranteed. You know, when we fly that banner which says proudly South African, we also include you in that message. Yeah, Honorable Nomvan.
No, Chair, I know that it's not a meeting to discuss all these things, but we just want to put it to the committee that the sooner we call Paul O'Sullivan to come to the committee, the better. We've heard enough about this man intimidating people, running the show alone, putting his hands where he doesn't qualify to put hands. He must come here as a matter of agents. Before we close, he must come before this committee. We just want to put that on the record, Chair.
Honorable Ngola.
Thank you very much, Chair. In adding to what Honorable Nomvalo is saying, we'd already made a request for Mr. Paul to come before this committee. But I think, Chair, it is important to put it out there that we bear responsibility to protect the witnesses that are assisting the work of this ad hoc committee, and won't tolerate or stomach any form of intimidation if it comes out of a testimony that has been given before this ad hoc. We agree with you, Chair, that we're going to await the Legal Services Department to give us available options to attend to the matter decisively and, if needs be, attend it aggressively. Thank you very much, Chair.
Honorable Matthias.
Chair, I think we must also note that this is not the first time that Paul O'Sullivan has sent such messages. There's a PMG recording when the police committee sat, I think it was in 2018, and he sent a similar message to all the MPs. So it's not just about the witness that is here today, but it's also about us as members of parliament and as members of this ad hoc committee. So a very strong message must be sent out to it. And I think we should also explore our legal obligations and options on what we can do about him outside of him just coming to appear here. We can't be threatened in front of the whole nation, actually internationally, by this Paul O'Sullivan. It can't happen.
Okay. Honorable James. Honorable Sauls, do you want to say anything on this matter?
Yes, Chair. I think very imperative that Mr. Nkabinde should send a screenshot of that message to us so that we also have that on record. And I think the whole country will be watching. What will we as Parliament do? If there was ever a time to show the power vested in us to save this country and put South Africans first, it's now.
Okay.
We can't allow that.
Thank you so much. Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. And I guess Mr. Nkabinde must screenshot that before he delete the message. And I think as MKP, we've opened cases and the police acted. We'll open a case against him because we can't have a thug intimidating parliamentarians and witnesses here. Like my honorable colleague Matthias said in 2018, he did the same thing. We cannot allow that, Chair. Hence, I said earlier, we should not be a banana republic or a mafia state. And I hope the police are watching this. And unfortunately, this human rights issue sometimes take time for a person to be arrested. But if I was in charge of the police, or if we're in America, you will be arrested tonight. Thank you.
Honorable Shongwe.
Chair, just to emphasize on Babu Nkabinde, I think when we are screenshotting, just don't only screenshot where there's a name. Kindly screenshot where there is numbers as well, where we can see it's his numbers. You are our guest, Dila. So for this Paul O'Sullivan to understand what South Africans are no longer playing, can he report to any police station tomorrow? Because personally, I am going to open that case. This is our house and you are my guest. We will deal with this person. If his attitude thinks he can run South Africa like he did, we will deal with him. So please, Chair, as soon as next week when we're going to seek at Matlala, can we meet Paul O'Sullivan in that jail so that we can deal with him in that jail and leave him there? Thank you, Chair.
Chief Whip, do you want to say something? Okay. We will escalate this matter to the legal team of Parliament. You are also here with your legal team, Mr. Nkabinde. And we have full confidence that they will advise you appropriately on what rights you have as a South African and what appropriate steps can be taken immediately to help you. Yeah. Unfortunately, where I'm sitting, I cannot say to them, help you. I can only acknowledge their presence here to say, as people who deal with the law, for sure, they know better what are your rights as a citizen of this country and what are the necessary and appropriate steps that must be taken. and your comments are appreciated, honorable members. There are South Africans who lost their lives. There are families that even today do not know where their children are buried, who were fighting for democracy to happen, freedom and equality in this country to happen. And there shall never be any individual citizen that can arrogate all the rights to himself or herself. This country and its constitution and all pieces of legislation are in the name of the citizens of this country. So when President Mandela said, "Let freedom reign," he meant exactly this, that South Africans must enjoy every imprescriptible right in their own country. There must never be any hindrance. There must never be any boundaries to the enjoyment of human rights. So your rights remain imprescriptible. So you have a right to enjoy your rights. Honorable Souls, it's now 15 minutes after 20 hours. Your time is until 20:45.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's also very important to soberly say that we take what the witness read into the record on his phone in good faith. And we know that he will support the delegation by the screenshot so that Parliament does not appear to be saying we are just taking the testimony and therefore is moving on that. We are still requiring that evidence. And once received, we must take action. No one is allowed to do what Mr. O'Sullivan is doing. Evening, Mr. Nkabinde.
Good evening.
Based on your letter to Minister Cele, former Minister Cele in 2018, do you consider yourself a whistleblower?
That's correct, Chair.
Now, because you were victimized, is it correct for me to say that you understand what whistleblowers goes through or fights against corruption in this country?
That's correct.
Earlier, in your response to my colleague, Honorable Cameron, who said it was illegal for you to record General Mkhwanazi without his knowledge, you said you are sure that it was not illegal and that the law allows you to record. Were you referring to the RICA Act, Section 4.1, that says any person other than a law enforcement officer may intercept any communication if he or she is a party to this communication?
That's correct, Chair.
Just so that the country knows that it is indeed the case. You say that you and General Mkhwanazi is very close friends. If you had to choose between your friend and our country, would you choose your friend or our country?
I will choose the country and I will choose what is right.
You state that General Mkhwanazi called you on January the 2nd this year. What did he ask you in that phone call?
He asked me to speak to the minister and ask the minister to withdraw a letter of disbandment. Otherwise, there will be a fight back. And if the minister is clean, he can then continue with the disbandment letter because they are going to dig the minister while he was a premier. Furthermore, don't speak to the minister as a chief of staff. Speak to the minister as a person you know before you become a chief of staff. So in a nutshell, Chair, that was the conversation.
In your statement in section 52 or paragraph 52, you also mentioned, in addition to what you just said, that he asked, why did you allow the minister to issue this directive? Is that true?
That's correct.
And then he says you must speak to the minister to withdraw. Tell me, how do you understand, how did you understand the use of his words? How can you allow the minister to issue the directive?
No, I think the way I understood it is that some of my responsibility is to advise the minister. So I understood by that, how did we advise the minister to reach into this decision and write the letter?
Then he says you must speak to the minister to withdraw. Why does he think you have the power to do that?
I think he was referring to speak to the minister not as a chief of staff. I think he thought that because I know the minister prior, I even took him to the minister. I think he had that perception that I can speak to the minister at that level, of which it was impossible.
Okay. Do you know that he called the national commissioner on the same day, the 2nd of January, and that he WhatsApped the Minister Mkhwanazi, also on the same day? Do you know that?
Can you repeat?
Do you know that that General Mkhwanazi called the national commissioner on the same day, 2nd January, and that he also WhatsApped the minister on the same day?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay. I put it to you that that's what he did, and we'll see later why that is important. General Masimula testified that he never called the minister to ask about the letter after speaking to General Mkhwanazi. Do you think that it's possible that General Mkhwanazi told the national commissioner on the 2nd of January not to do anything because he will deal with it? Is that a possibility?
It is possible because on going forward, the National Commissioner was dealing with the matter. And even General Mkhwanazi has stopped even talking to me about the same matter. We were just talking other things after that.
So you think it's possible that the provincial commissioner can say to the national commissioner, he'll handle it, possibly?
No, I think I misunderstood you. I thought you say the National Commissioner said he will handle it.
There's the other way around, but okay, so you withdraw that. Based on how close you are to your friend, General Mkhwanazi, how would you rate his influence on the national commissioner?
It is obvious that he is having an upper hand because the National Commissioner had no problem in implementing this disbandment. A person who showed unhappiness from the onset was General Mkhwanazi.
After he called you on the 2nd of January, Did he call you again to follow up?
He called me the following day, the 3rd, to check if I did speak to the minister. And he also called me the 4th to check, and he also called me the 5th.
So he called you the following day, the 3rd of January,
Yes,
and he called you the 4th again.
yes.
Why was he so adamant about this, do you think?
No, it means he meant what he was saying, that this directive must be withdrawn. So he was making that follow-up if I spoke to the minister, whether I come right.
Was your friend angry?
He was angry.
So when you say on the 3rd of January, you told the minister that he wasn't happy, you meant that he was angry.
Yes.
Can you describe that anger?
It coupled with the threats that he mentioned. He was not saying those threats politely.
Can you please tell us about those threats again?
That if the minister does not withdraw these directives, there will be a fight back. And if he is clean, he can continue. Otherwise, we're gonna dig him while he was a premier.
Did the minister, you told the minister this, correct?
Yes, I told the minister like that, yes.
Did the minister continue after hearing that threat?
In fact, with these directives, the minister gave directives and there was nothing the minister has to do. In fact, the national commissioner was continuing implementing it.
Yes, but the minister didn't stop it, didn't change it. He
No, he
continued.
did not change it because what he said the directive was for the national commissioner, not for the provincial commissioner.
Now, given the wording of that threat, and the minister heard it, and despite hearing that, he continues to do what he set out to do. Is it proper to assume that the minister did that because he felt that he knew he was clean?
Yes, he continued because he knew he was clean.
You further said that he threatened to dig up on him when he was premier. And of course, you said he's going to fight. He said the General Mkhwanazi said he's going to fight back. Is this that we are seeing now, him fighting back?
With the circumstances, you can relate to it.
Is that a yes?
Yes, it's yes.
You say on the 5th of January, he sent a WhatsApp with an unknown name, and that you also went to look for it on Facebook because he said he got it from Facebook, but you couldn't find it. Is that true?
That's correct.
Do you think that WhatsApp was fake?
I just come to an inference that it was still intimidating tactics from him. Because why I can't find it?
Are you saying then?
That was my inference.
Does your inference mean that you consider it to be a fake WhatsApp?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to one of the annexures that we received. It's a WhatsApp, I think it's page 71. We received it as a separate annexure at our first meeting. I don't know if you have it.
Yes, I do.
You do? Page 72. Page 72. Do you have it in front of you?
That's correct.
Now, the SC told us in the last time we saw you that that WhatsApp was received, or that screenshot of a WhatsApp was received from General Mkhwanazi and submitted as evidence that shows that Brown Mkhwanazi sent you a WhatsApp. And that's the conversation between yourself and Brown Mkhwanazi. You said in the last session that you don't accept that as a WhatsApp sent to you. Do you still maintain?
That's correct.
If you look at that WhatsApp, what is it that you see there? It says the sender would be Brown Mkhwanazi, and the assumption is that the message is sent to you. It reads from Brown Mkhwanazi, "Hello, Chief of Staff. I get your numbers from Mr. Brown." Now, would you agree that that sounds a bit suspicious, because how can the sender be Brown and then he says he got the number from Brown? Would you agree?
I do agree.
Would you then say that this is also possibly a fake WhatsApp?
That's correct.
Would you then testify based on both your experiences? Would you say that your friend, General Mkhwanazi, is in the habit of creating fake WhatsApps?
I can't say that, reason being, I got a chance yesterday to listen to Brown Mkhwanazi testifying in the Madlanga Commission, wherein he testified about the same message. And he confirmed that he's the one who manufactured this and fabricated these messages.
So you are testifying that this WhatsApp is fake, but it is created by Brown Mkhwanazi.
Yes, according to what he has testified yesterday.
How would you think that General Mkhwanazi got this WhatsApp from Brown Mkhwanazi, of Brown Mkhwanazi to you? How did he get it?
I think they got this exchange of messages from Matlala's phone, where Mr. Brown and Matlala were in conversation.
I see. So you are, as an assumption, you are testifying that this is fabricated by Brown Mkhwanazi and it was retrieved by General Mkhwanazi from Matlala's phone.
That's correct.
You testified in your IPED report that to remove the acting commissioner then, that task team that you were part of, that O'Sullivan was a part of, and McBride and so on, that the tactic or the plan to remove the acting as national commissioner at the time was, one, get a search warrant, search and seizure warrant, and then organize with the media to then, when the search and seizure happens, that they are at the venue so that they can then, as a strategy, publicize it and in this way use that as a tactic to remove the national commissioner. Is that true?
That's correct.
Is that the same thing that Brigadier Konene did to you?
I'm not sure, because according to him, they are investigating allegations that this committee is sitting investigating.
I'm not following.
I'm saying I'm not sure if they are playing the very same tactics, because my understanding, they are investigating the matter that even this ad hoc committee is sitting. So they are trying to get evidence. So I think that is an ongoing investigation.
So you agree that you should be investigated? There's grounds to investigate you, to get a search and seizure warrant and also publicize it. You agree with that approach? For you personally?
After all that has been said, I fully support that the investigation has to be conducted so that it will clear our names that are already on the map for nothing.
So your name is on the mud for nothing. So you don't believe that there's grounds for that action, but you are okay with it because you know there's nothing to worry about. They will not find anything, correct?
That's correct.
But procedurally, you disagree with the fact that they would take a search and seizure warrant and then have all this media, around the whole situation. You disagree with that?
I disagree, yes.
So you would then testify that it looks similar than what you have reported in 2018.
That is correct.
Would you then say that the similar thing has happened to General Sibia?
It's great possibility.
As a fact, the PKTT was not disbanded immediately. That's a fact now. They agreed to the winding down. That's what the testimony we've received. And you testified that you were part of 2 March meetings where the winding down was discussed and the minister participated in that. Would you then say, based on that even though the minister in his directive said immediately, but based on his conduct and actions thereafter, and you were part of 2 meetings in March, that would show that the minister was not forcing to rush it?
That is correct.
And then let's go to section 33 of your testimony. It would be paragraph 33 of your main statement.
I got it.
You got it? You say there in the second sentence, you say, I agreed to go with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi because I was also planning. Are you there already?
Which paragraph?
33.
I got it.
You got it? All right. You say there in the second sentence, I agreed to go with Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi because I was also planning to visit Minister Mkhunu the next day, who is also based in Mpangeni. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now that sounds like you are saying that you only agreed when General Mkhwanazi came to your house to visit. The wording there says that you agreed because you were also planning to visit Mr. Mkhunu. At first reading, that is what it sounds like, that you already had a plan to visit Minister Mkhunu. And then when General Mkhwanazi came, you agreed to go because you already had plans to go to Mr. Mkhunu. Is that the correct way to interpret that, or is there a different interpretation?
The correct interpretation is that when General Mkhwanazi wanted me to accompany him to Mpangeni, this is what I told him, that we can go. I was also planning to go and visit the old man. It's been a while. So when we're there, we can just pass by.
Or it was not to mean that you had the plan before?
No.
All right. Then you also submitted, this is now just as a matter of interest, as I draw to a close, you've submitted to us the staff in your office, the support staff. You there, number 4, you have a Miss Mkhwanazi and you have a Mr. Khumalo as part of your support staff.
That is correct.
Just out of interest to confirm, is there any relation to Raun Mkhwanazi and General Khumalo?
Not at all.
You are 100% sure?
Yes.
All right. My last question, another one of interest. Your friend, General Mkhwanazi, you make us believe that you are very close to the point where you attended a funeral of a family member, etc. Do you know the former veteran and hero in our country, Mr. Riot Mkhwanazi? You heard of him?
No.
Never?
Never.
All right. Mr. Mkabinde, that's all I have for you. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Souls. Honorable James, your time starts now until 10 minutes past 9.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mkabinde, do you agree with me that first impressions last and that you never get a second chance at making a first impression?
That is very correct.
5 days ago, you appeared before this committee. You were a completely different person. Am I correct?
I agree.
Who coached you?
No one, Chair, coached me, but you go to a place for the first time, you feel, you assess. Then if you get a chance to come another time, obviously you will then have the sense of environment.
So you left here 5 days ago. You've decided that you're going to pull yourself towards yourself and come here and respect this committee and not undermine us like you did the last time.
Not really to undermine. Even last time I was telling what I know, but obviously there is always a room of improvement.
Did you have any contact with Minister Nkunu over the last 5 days? Did you make a phone call? Did he call you? Did he say, well done? Did he say, do better? Any contact with the minister?
We did communicate, yes.
You did communicate in the past 5 days. And what was his advice to you?
No, he did not have any advice. The only thing he'd always say, not even when I testified, he always stressed that go there and tell the truth.
Okay.
You don't go there to cover anyone, go there and tell what you know. That's what he's always saying.
The other thing was, General Mkhwanazi came here and he said he saw you wearing an ANC t-shirt. What type of friendship do you have with General Mkhwanazi? Because in your testimony last week, you said you are best friends. That's what friends are for. He got you a job. You were traveling together. You designed his house. He came, he said he saw you in a t-shirt. And do you have a real friendship? I'm beginning to question that friendship.
Hence, I stipulated earlier that he was angry that I recorded him.
So he lied
he
about
was-
you wearing an ANC t-shirt.
No, there was no need to say it. He was just throwing tantrums.
So,
There
well,
was-
he said,
There was no need to say it. Yes, I did.
so you are saying your friend lied.
No, I'm saying he was correct that he saw me on my picture wearing a t-shirt, but there was no need to say it here. There was no relevance of it.
No, we wanted to determine the extent of political interference. I think that's how that question came, where he said that he saw you wearing an ANC t-shirt. You said earlier on that you're not affiliated to any political party. Are you then, you were seeing you've got a picture in an ANC t-shirt. Are you an ANC supporter or an ANC member?
I'm in a political office. The minister is an ANC member.
I'm asking about you.
No, I'm not.
You're not. You just wear those t-shirts.
Yes. If the minister is another political party, I'll support him like that as my principal, whatever is
So
doing.
you'll just wear any t-shirt that where you can benefit. If there's a job, you'll wear the t-shirt.
No, I'm already in the job when I'm wearing the t-shirt. I'm already chief of staff.
But you just said that you'll wear the t-shirt irrespective if it's a different political party. I'm trying to determine who is this man before us.
Yes, I'm saying my principal. If my principal is affiliated in any political party, I'll support him in that because my job is to support him, whatever he's doing, because I'm in a political office.
So irrespective of your own values and your own principles and your own beliefs, you will just do what your principal does and support.
No, especially if there is no harm in doing it.
Let me get to the more serious questions. In your report about the meeting at the house of former alleged gangster, drug kingpin, murderer, mobster, organized by Paul O'Sullivan, who was the AfriForum white male? I'm asking this because AfriForum has been meddling in a lot of issues, and especially when you're saying we have a state, the state has been captured. So I want to determine how far back does this go? I want to know who was the AfriForum white male and who was the DA white male at this meeting?
They were introduced like that, but without giving names.
So there's no register, there's no way of us tracking who these people were?
No. They were referred as representatives.
And the journalist, will anyone know the names of those two people at that meeting if we must go back and investigate this? Because this is very serious what you've mentioned. And the fact that this man is now sending threats, we need to verify that what you have told us here today is 100% truth.
That's correct.
Will we be able to get the names of the DA white male and the AfriForum white male?
That's what you can get if you investigate, but no one entertained this. It was never investigated.
And now it needs to be entertained.
Then it will be, the truth will be revealed.
You said Paul O'Sullivan often speaks and everything stops in SAPS when he speaks. Are you aware of the allegations that Paul O'Sullivan is linked to foreign intelligence services?
No, I'm not aware.
Because that was one of the allegations your friend made.
I'm not aware that's possible.
It's possible.
Yes.
Is it a coincidence that Mr. O'Sullivan owns the house of a drug kingpin, gangster?
It is correct. Where we had a meeting, that house was bought by Paul O'Sullivan.
Do you know what is so scary? The evidence is from a decade ago, your report. Yet the same characters are still very active and in fact are the first to come out screaming after that press conference. And today again, they are the first to come out screaming, sending threats. 10 years ago and today they are still active. That is extremely scary. And I ask myself, you formed a task team, and today we're all supposed to be clapping for a swimming fish. You formed a task team. You knew what you were doing. and you went to the home where bodies were found in bathrooms. You're part of SAPS, and you use taxpayers' money, and you take members from every unit within SAPS to advance agendas because people want ranks. Is that fair on South Africans? Is that the right way to deal with matters that compromises our safety in this country? And then you say, I had an aha moment, and then I stepped away. Do you know these people embroiled, these people that you were sitting around this table with? They've been feeding drugs to our communities. And I'm not saying this from hearsay. This is how serious this is. And it's scary to think that Mr. O'Sullivan is sending messages right now in this committee, compromising all of these members in this committee. And you as SAPS had a task team set up, a task team not to deal with the safety of citizens, a task team to deal with plotting against your fellow colleagues. Does that make it right?
Not at all. That's why I reported it.
You reported it, but you were part of it. There's no holy cows in this. There's absolutely no holy cows in where we find ourselves. So people can't participate, and months later they have an aha moment, and because they come here and they speak truth, we're supposed to be clapping hands. You were part of the harm. And you need to be held accountable. Am I correct?
No, you're not correct.
Honorable member,
You're not correct.
may you please not pass judgment on the witness. Ask him questions and allow him to respond.
The
Yes, but
moment I realized,
Chair,
I
please
reported.
understand where I'm coming from. These people, I cannot understand, Chair, how SAPS members can go to the home where women were murdered, where bathtubs were filled with blood, and they decide to host and have meetings at a crime scene. We cannot be calm with it because that person that was sitting in jail was selling drugs in our communities with all the networks.
No, I hear what you are saying, Honorable James, but we said that the witnesses who are appearing before us are not suspects. They are having a conversation with us as a committee to help us realize the objectives that we have agreed on in the terms of reference, the 4 pillars.
I agree, they're
But-
not suspects, but even
Yeah.
if they're not suspects,
Let-
Chair, sometimes they are enablers.
Let me conclude this. Because nobody has been charged here or has been found guilty, has been convicted, let's not cast aspersions at them. Even those that are convicted, we still believe that they can be rehabilitated. So just have a conversation with the witness, ask him questions, let him respond to your questions.
Chair, you need to understand where we're coming from, and when we say we are the voice of South Africans. They cannot be rehabilitated when they've destroyed the lives of many children in our communities that's now suffering with drug-induced psychosis. The scars of what they have done. We need to see and link what is happening here to communities, what is unfolding on the ground. Let me move on.
Ask him questions, don't condemn him. When he comes out of here, he must still say, I met with the leadership of this country.
Mr. Nkabinde, in your supplementary statement, you apologize for using thumbsuck dates in your original affidavit. You say the wording thumbsuck was due to your inability to verify dates, correct, in your paragraph 16?
That's correct.
You effectively excuse the fact that you told this committee that your dates were thumbsucked because your devices were seized on the 10th of October and you could not verify the dates, correct?
That's correct.
In the same supplementary statement before us, you again provide exact dates. For example, that the 30th of September meeting was cancelled and replaced by the 28th of October meeting, and that Mkhwanazi called you on the 1st of October and not the 30th of September. Now, how did you verify these dates if your devices were seized?
I verified it with an assistant of the PA of the minister and the minister's diary.
You blame the device seizure for your thumb-sucked first affidavit. But in the supplementary, you say you verified dates using the minister's diary, which you say now, shown to you by the PA. Why did you not consult that diary before signing your first affidavit? Because what you said here the first time you appeared before this committee, you said that under oath.
My initial affidavit and the topics that I was advised to cover, I was satisfied with the version that I gave up until the question came from the committee that it's not enough. I must first check when and how I met the first time Brown, of which I never, and I think with the evidence leaders and my legal team, we never anticipated that we need to clarify as far back as I only reported the meeting of October, which it had materialized. I thought that was the issue, according to the guidelines.
Moving on to claiming you didn't know Mkhwanazi to now, you know him. When exactly was the first time you came across Brown Mkhwanazi, and how did you get in touch with him?
The minister gave me his number.
When did you first get Mkhwanazi's number, the date?
28th of August, 2024.
You say in your statement that minister gave you Mkhwanazi's number on the 20th of August. Is that your evidence?
That's
Paragraph
correct.
55 and 55.6.
That's correct.
And then when you first started communicating with Mr. Mkhwanazi, how many meetings did you set up in total between the minister and Mr. Mkhwanazi? Because the last time you were here, and I'm getting somewhere, I know we've asked you these questions, you said only once.
Yes, I was referring the one that said.
You said only once.
Yes, it's only once.
And today, 5 days later, it's more than 5 times.
No, it's
because
only,
there's been 2 cancellations.
it's only one.
Only one what?
Only one meeting that said.
I'm not speaking about one meeting that's set. I'm asking about your communication and your interaction with Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi.
My initial statement is saying I had several engagements with him.
You told Parliament last week that you only arranged the one meeting in Stilfontein, 28 October meeting. Do you remember that that was your evidence?
No, 28 October is a supplementary. Previously, the initial statement, I don't have a date. I said October or November.
But do you see the contradictions between your 2 statements?
It's not.
And they were both under oath today and last week.
It's not contradiction if the date of the meeting is October or November, and the actual date is 28 October. There's no contradiction there. It's within the estimate.
Let me say this to you. What I cannot understand is that you were under oath last week, as you are today, and you told us last week, you told us A last week, but we are being told B today.
Yeah, there's no different anyway. So it means my estimates were accurate, in fact. The only thing I did not have an exact date.
I am struggling to understand when you were telling the truth. Was it last week or was it today? We know that there were discrepancies in dates.
It means both because there are no changes.
You left out a lot of information last week.
Yes, we never anticipated how the committee will probe.
Given all these contradictions, whether you knew Mkhwanazi, how you got his number, how many meetings you arranged, your reliance on thumbsuck dates, why should this committee accept that your corrected version of any of your evidence? Why should we accept it as being reliable?
It should accept it because it's not off.
So you're saying
It's
that
not
this,
way off. If the initial statement, it's estimate October, November, and the correct date is 28 October. So it means there's no contradiction.
so you're saying within 5 days, a leopard changed its spots? I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Are you done, Honorable James? Thank you. Honorable Shongwe. You'll come after him. Yes. Yeah, let's proceed, Honorable Shongwe.
Okay, thank you, Chair. For Mkhwanazi.
Just a moment, Honorable Sols is raising a hand.
Chair, I have a question. I know I still have time left. Would you be kind for me to ask that one question I didn't ask?
Yeah, I will not agree. You can only come and ask later when all speakers have. We have agreed in principle that we are not going to come between the speakers.
No problem, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Shongwe, let's proceed.
Baba Mkhwanazi, siyaphila mphathi.
Siyaphila.
Siyaphila, ungixolele iloya lengisithile phambi kwakho usuyongilunguza. Hayi no ngizohlala la. Mhlawumbe sisangashifta kancane. Mfowethu ngicishe ngathi kuwe mawubuye nabazali. Ngifuna nje sekethi ukuxoxa ngoba hayi bengingakuzwa kahle iveke elidlule. Ngiyabona kubuye udla intelezi. Uyikhafulela. Uqinile namhlanje. Udlile. Asicale la mfaka baba. Ngicabanga ukuthi namhlanje ngifuna ukusho ukuthi ngiyambona ke mina umngane kaMkhwanazi. Ngoba sidinga amadoda azokwazi ukuthi alimele iqiniso. In the position you were serving, udingeka amadoda aqinile. Kodwa ke kumina ukaphuma ecaleni leveni, isakulindile iveni ngaphandle. Sekuyoba ukuthi ikhapha ukuthi uyovula icala noma ungene phakathi. Siyoxoxa lapho lo. Ngicela ucela ufuna ukudlula la. Wenze kahle ke wathatha le offer yomsebenzi when you had a fight with McBride. Why I'm saying you did very well in taking that offer is this. The forms at 83 asks you then, somewhere down there, have you worked for SAPS? Were you ever fired at SAPS? And once you tick the yes, I've been fired, give you a space. Chair, young Pazamis, 5 minutes. 5 minutes, Chair. No, penalty, 5 minutes, Chair. More, 5 minutes more.
Proceed, Honorable Shongwe. I'm sorry.
need that 5
I
minutes.
apologize very profuse.
No, thank you. So I'm saying that document says where you fired at SAPS, and should you tick yes, it gives you a space where you must put reasons. You are not going to have those reasons because you had a contract or something that was signed, which is an agreement between you and McBride.
That's correct.
So I would applaud you for taking that offer. And I feel very, very sad. You know, when your phones were taken and Mr. Mkhwanazi's phones were taken, not so long after that, a gentleman who's also ahead in the IDEC got kidnapped and his phones were taken. What worries me is that the same Z33 you are applying to get to IDEC, right?
That's correct.
It said that Sisoko got fired twice in the subs, if I'm not wrong, or IDEC somewhere.
I paid. Yes.
How come, in your own knowledge, he got to be rehired on the third time?
Uh, by that time, McBride was on suspension when Mr. Sisoko got fired. And when McBride returned back to work after he won a constitutional court, then he brings them back.
So is that allowed in SAPS?
We don't know what processes he followed to bring them back. I was not privy to that information.
Do you happen to know why was he fired?
I know I can't recall.
Okay. Angibambele na umphako mfethu uye nayo ekhaya engakakhohlwa. One, ngicela mawufika makubuya amafoni wakho. Ungizamele ngakho yonke indlela ukuthi umthole labantu be-DA, AfriForum, especially lower media. Do you know who was that journalist?
I don't know the name.
You know the name?
I don't know the
You don't
name.
know. Okay, umphako wokuqala lo mphako wesibili nawo oSullivan wakubhalela i-email, wabhala i-email to whoever was supposed to hire you, right?
That's
And
correct.
you're not hired. I need that email. And who did it go to? Who was it sent to, that email?
The former national commissioner.
Who was
General,
that?
General Sitol.
Did he confirm that he got such an email?
Yeah, I was copied. He got it because he responded to Paul O'Sullivan.
How did he respond?
He said he acknowledged the message. He will keep him posted.
And do you think he did keep him posted?
Yeah, because I was never hired.
Okay. Do you assume you were never hired, or you know what you were never hired because of that email?
I know I was never hired because I had all documentation that I was recommended for the post.
Oh, okay. Okay. So please, ubambeke lo mphako mfethu, I need that. Do you have any evidence, umphako wokugcina, do you have any evidence that O'Sullivan gets money from ngaphandle?
What I know is that he frequently to London and then he comes this side with equipment of spying.
He bought them outside.
Yes,
Does he have any business with Paul O'Sullivan? Uyasebenza anyway. Does he have a salary or what?
I don't know. He calls himself forensic examiner or forensic investigator. He called himself like that.
Do you think that would make him a very rich person?
No,
Who McBride, is it the same McBride who was, I'm not sure, fired at Kuruleni or something was happening? Is this the same McBride?
yeah, the same one was fired at Urulene.
Is he friends with Paul O'Sullivan?
Yeah,
And why would you say that?
yeah, because while I was in IPID, they were very close together.
They're very close.
Yeah, I thought at the beginning Paul O'Sullivan is a complainant,
But? what
but I realized that no, they are pushing a certain agenda here.
Unpet. Is this the agenda of getting McBride as the commissioner of SAPS?
That's correct.
Ngike ngasebenza ke mfo emaphoyiseni. Ngenkathi ngikhona, wayekhona lama rumors lawo. Ngikhumbula indaba kaPhahlane, ijimiswe kakhulu nge-sound system. At some stage, General Phahlane, it was said he was in his office giving proof to whoever was there in that office of the payment of sound system. But at the same time, it happened with on the media, there were people quack with estate. Broadcasting the issue of this sound system, while on the other side, he was giving proof. Do you recall such a story?
I was there.
Which side were you, at his office or in the house?
I was at his office. We arranged the media to be that side. So that when we arrived, the media was waiting for us to capture us. Then when he produced the proof that he bought the sound system, we were so disappointed. Then we contacted McBride that no, we are having a problem here. This man is producing a proof. Then he said, no, just go, just so that we can do what we are doing for the media.
In that same time, I remember in one of his interviews or somewhere, or it was part of the story moving around SAPS, because I was in the college. It is said that Paul O'Sullivan entered that estate pretending to be working for SAPS,
That's what happened, pretending to work for IPID.
for IPID.
Yes.
Was there a case open for that?
Yes, that is a case that I said it's gathering dust.
How long ago?
When I left IPID, the docket was already there.
And
Maybe
how long
20
ago have you
maybe-
left IPID?
2018.
Is this when you were fired or given an offer?
Yes, the docket but was already there.
Ngikhumbula something, when I say now I see umngani kaMkhwanazi, you are now showing me what you did what Mkhwanazi did. Bakushaya.
That's correct.
So usho ukuthi ekuthenini uphinde futhi uyenze lento wayenza bosovinjwe isisu mntaka baba ukuthi mhlamba kunakudla ekhaya.
No, under the circumstances, it's all about principle and the truth. I can be your friend, but I also be firm with the truth.
If you were to get a chance to speak to Ubaba Mkhwanazi, what would you say to him?
We're still gonna talk.
Mbungathini kuyena?
No, we are still gonna talk about the whole of this thing because my assessment into all of this, and now we are having ad hoc committee and all. First of all, General Mkhwanazi is a person that what you see is what you get.
Okay.
And
Mhlamba ungizwa mntaka baba ubungathini ubaba Mkhwanazi? Uzokunika ithuba lembuzo yakho. Yabo lo wakho umbuzo uzubuzile wena. Asambe ngalo wami mntaka baba. Uma ungabona ubaba Mkhwanazi ungathini kuyena?
about the whole issue.
Ungathi asilungise insizwa sebabangani silwempi noma ayifo ayishayane lethi into kushayana.
Hayi namanje siyibona abangani.
Nisaxoxa.
No besingakaxoxi phela kusashisa.
Idubela.
Kodwa namanje usayena umngani noma sixabane ngalutho. Wadinwa nje ukuthi ngimrekhodile ngizozomchazela nje futhi kahlamba ulalele la uthi hayi ngangikurekhoda ngoba ungilethele imessage engingayitholi.
Okay. Uyabona la
Kodwa kona ukuxabana sixabene.
Ngixabene.
Asixabene.
Phethe 3 amaphepha imibuzo yami yokuqala nayo bengikufaka evenini ngale. Ngale ngifuna ukukulalela. So ngifuna ukuthi siqede sibuyele emuva. Senimshikishile kuphahlana. The next in line was supposed to be Umthiba to be National Commissioner. What happened with that? Did you guys anticipate it again?
Yes, then he was become a target.
Namenzani yena?
There were 2 cases opened against him.
Which cases were those?
Defeating ends of justice, that I remember. I think it was 2 defeating ends of justice.
Were they successful?
They wouldn't be successful because they were fake.
They were fake.
Yeah.
Okay, asidlule lapho. Kunomfo kaDladla uyamkhumbula wayeprotect uBaba Zuma. Kwakune story ukuthi ukhandelwa amacala. And then I think I remember ngalezo inkathi wonke umuntu esabse becabanga ukuthi uyena ozoba ugeneral. Umsholozo wanishikisha wadlala idraft wafaka usithole. Nenzani ngomfo kaDladla?
uDladla, he was very close to the former president because he was responsible for presidential protection services. Then McBride identified him as a person who could speak to the former president and make it happen for him to be the national commissioner. And in doing so, they had to go and check and dig what they can find against Dladla, so that that will be used as leverage to Dladla.
And what did you find?
There was a case of he bought a house and he had a shortfall, and that shortfall was paid by a certain service provider.
Was that service provider Mr. Mantata?
Yes,
Mantata, Mantata, ne?
yes.
Mantata. So in that case, nenzani angitholi kahle awuchaza. Yavulwa leyo case kwathiwa.
Then he was called. This is the case we are having, but this is what, let's just make a deal. This is what we want for McBride to become a national commissioner.
And was the
Then the
deal,
case will be not go forward.
was the deal made?
Yes.
Do you think he took that offer because he was guilty or what? Was this money clean? The money was this money clean or what?
No, we couldn't prove any corrupt activities in the transaction because there was a loan settlement, there was a loan agreement. And also, we could not find if Dladla is involved in any supply chain or procurement services.
So it's also alleged we supply chain as well. There were allegations as well.
The allegation were that the service provider paid a shortfall who happens to fitting a blue light in the VIP cars. So now, because Dladla is a head of presidential protection services, and the cars under his environment were fitted by the very same person. So they were linking that as it could be a corrupt activities.
I once came across a newspaper, I think the article was down there, saying this Mantata won a case. Was it the very same case, Lenny Bill deal or something?
I think so.
But now, you said today they are back in court on the same issue again.
No. This is a separate blue light. There is another blue light where Pashane is involved.
At the time I was working as SAPS, I think there were 3, if not 4 times of this blue light, because I was working at Benoni Mechanical, where we also fitted blue lights in that college. So his name was very well known. But there's a company that fits blue lights, and the vehicle markings as well was done there as well. So I remember the standard didn't come once, it was in sections, right? So all these sections, do you suspect the people who are busy opening cases against Mantata were like looking for imali?
No, I can't be sure because I don't have such evidence.
So what would be making ukuthi abuyele kangaka ke court lo Mr. Mantata kangaka? Because he's rumored to be complaining about Abosisoko.
Yeah, I'm not sure because I don't have merits of those cases, but if he is complaining, he need to have some ear to listen and investigate.
Okay. Asibuyele kokugcina la. Why did the NDPP Mr. Sean Abrams never agreed with Mr. McBride to bring any docket without evidence?
Yeah, because Sean Abram will not allow to be part of capture.
So that's why he left.
Yes.
So Mawuti capture, were you captured by McBride?
No, he cannot capture me because I'm working with him.
Okay. So were you part of him?
Yes.
In terms of doing this wrong?
I was part of him until I realized that something is not right.
Ngiyakhumbula inkulumo ethi wena naqabaniswa icase McBride wayekunikeza isiqondiso sokuthi uyifuna ihambe kanje. Which case was that and what did you do? If iqiniso lelo. Yini yaniqabanisa kahle hle?
Ewo wona lama case abophahlana. No Motiba. So those are conduct that I could not take it once I realized that we are not pursuing crime here. We are just destroying people.
So which case specifically singayixoxa ukuthi kwenzeka kanje?
No, mainly it's gonna be Pashane.
Phahlane.
Yeah.
So Phahlane, you're saying nje uhleli lapho in your own word, Phahlane akenzanga lutho, waxoshwela mahala.
Yeah, he produced even a proof, but we had to do that drama because that is a drama that suspended him,
Which drama was it?
the media,
Which drama in specific? Nothing, is it the sound system one or?
the sound
something
system
else?
one is the one, the sound system one. Even after he produced a proof, but we had to go to complete the mission.
I think, Chair, on record, can we ask who Mr. Pahlane ukuthi asondele sizoyiqoqa le nto? I'm finding evidence la ukuthi, no, I'm not finding evidence. I'm finding into eshoyo ukuthi ke kugangiwe in the state and people were destroyed by his team, Nabo McBride and the Sissokos, if it is alleged, Nabo O'Sullivan. But now I want to know something. The time O'Sullivan angene office in akhuluma nani phama meeting, you said there was this WhatsApp group. In that WhatsApp group, bekhona bani nobani nobani nobani
No, it's McBride and the team.
and the team.
And the team, yes.
Paul was part of that
Paul was always part.
WhatsApp.
Yes.
Giving instruction or just listening.
Giving instruction.
Sesizoyivala le ndaba yami nawe manje. Ngine question nje oyishilo, something oyishilo. Kontote, I was not there when a letter was written. But somewhere you say Upikoli had an input within Lapo. What was Upikoli's input in that letter of disbanding PKTT?
I can't recall, but the minister said before you send the letter, get Upikoli to proofread and check it. And then I remember there was few amendments that he made, which the minister agreed that I must send it with those amendments.
Angimkhumbuli lo Pikoli. Is it Vusi Pikoli? Is it the one bekakhona ku Zuma Must Fall campaign ahamba la phambili? State capture something?
No, I don't think so. He was, how I know him, he was a former DPP at one stage. Yes.
Very vocal.
Yes.
Okay. Mvuka baba, ngicabanga ukuthi abakwaNkabinde namhlanje uzamile ukuthi sihloniphe isibongo sabo. Ngabacelela ukuthi ekeni phambili ingathi mfethu ukwenza kwenu ngayicabanga izibongo zethu. Ukuthi kudinga ukuthi siprotecte futhi siyilwele. Ngoba yabona last week abanga ukuthi bowusindwa ilento eleziyami. Ubutatazela into engazwakali ube ngathi ukhuluma into engekho. But today mfethu ngicela uhambe ekhaya uqine. Yabona ngiyakwazi ukuthi ngubale nami nalamadoda engihamba nawo amathathu kanye noMkhwanazi. But asike sibuye siphinde sidibane. Sasa ngicela uyongivulela icase mfethu ngiyacela mina this one ngiyacela angu instruct ngiyacela. Ngikhathele lo Paul O'Sullivan wakho. Ngikhathele impela uyena. Sizokwazi ukuthi silungise country yethu. Ngiyabonga. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip.
No, thanks, Chair. I think the first question I would like to get a clarity on, Mr. Nkabinde. It has to do with the participation of the journalist that we are referring to on the McBride plot. What I want to understand is whether the journalist was engaged consciously in an effort to cause distraction to certain people, or the journalist only knew about his or her participation in as far as he or she will be a headline breaker.
No, they knew. They knew about the plot.
So they were not just going to be breaking the news, but they were fully in support of the plan of taking McBride to the role of a national commissioner, meaning fully conscious that we also want to see that happening.
Yes, they will be present in the planning, even if it's a planning for next week or days coming. They will plan with us.
What could be the motivation or the possible gain for the journalist, in your own view, having gone through
The
that process?
journalist, it's a breaking story. This is a high profile people acting national commissioner.
Yes.
And on the other hand, the media is got power to influence the decision makers, like the president.
Okay. So what would probably be their benefit at a later stage would be that this journalist in particular, or those journalists, will have a national commissioner who I will say eats on the palm of their head.
Possible.
Okay. And then on the issue of, and I want to come back to your statement. If you remember the statement that you gave us, I think it's on the first one, paragraph 25. Paragraph 25 of the first statement, not the supplemental one. In that paragraph, you are making references to the hawks being used. That is a matter relating to the concern that had been raised to you and IPED. Who, in your own opinion, and for what purpose was using the hawks, or could be, or could have been using the hawks?
No, I was not privy to understand political dynamics at that stage. I'm not sure.
Okay. You know, when Minister was here, and one of the things that, among many that he told us, was that he directed you to send his letter, his directive,
Yes,
to the Office of the National Commissioner.
yes.
But then he discovered that beyond the National Commissioner, you also sent the letter to the PAs of other generals. Are you aware of that?
No, that's not correct.
That's not correct.
Yeah, if he referred to PAs, he will be referring to PAs of the National Commissioner.
Okay. Because he said, we have that on record, that I think it was me or someone else who even asked a question. It must have been myself. I asked a question that shouldn't we draw some inference to the conduct of Lieutenant General Sbiya on the matter, and with him having been told almost at the same time with the National Commissioner about the directive, would not create a perception that Mr. Nkabinde was somehow a part of a game which was intended to ensure that this directive is out. It must never be delayed. Sbiya must have it as soon as possible. I posed that question to the minister because he said, I then discovered that the letter was also shared with the PAs of other generals. So I'm explaining to you to understand why was it important for me to ask that question, because we have been exposed on the activities of Lieutenant General Sbiya, some of which raise questions about the manner in which he essentially applied himself to the disbandment of the PKT. So that is the context within which I was asking the question. So you didn't share it with PAs of other generals?
Not at all. What is reflected there, these are only people I've sent.
Okay. Now on paragraph 32, that's when you were talking about that you were introduced by Mahlangu to Mkhwanazi.
That's correct.
Yes, you were introduced by Mahlangu to Mkhwanazi, and then of course you got along from there as friends. How often were you seeing each other as friends between the time of introduction up to around 2024, how often were you engaging with him?
No, because of the busy schedule, especially his site as a PC, and also me working in Gauteng, and he's a PC in KZN. So it was not that regular. Maybe if he comes this side, we might meet. I might go to his hotel. Then when I go to Durban, he might come to me. I might go to him, but it's not regular because of his busy schedule as a PC.
Okay. And then after you were appointed as the chief of staff, how regular were you interacting with him?
We were interacting quite often now as a chief of staff.
As chief of staff,
Yes, we were interacting quite often.
especially before the 31st, let's say even before the 31st of December when the
Even
minister.
before 31st, even after, because without the directives, we used to talk some other things as well.
Okay. So in the course of your engagement with him as your friend, I mean, it's natural that friends will also share their own frustrations about the work where they are working, whether it's government or in the private sector. Has he not engaged you about what is happening in the PKTT and his assessment of developments that would have resulted into what happened after the 31st of December?
Not at all. Not at all. This thing of PKTT, it came after that media briefing. We never even spoke about it.
Okay. So when he called you on the 2nd of January, called again on the 3rd of January, because at that time there were no difficulties between the two of you.
Yes.
Why was it not easy for you to get back to him on the 2nd of January? Even if you say, look, I can't find the minister, but I thought because you and I are friends, you deserve to know. You can't call me today about a matter that is of serious concern to you, and then I sleep over it, not come back until you call me back the next day.
I never realized. In fact, I thought I was going to speak to the minister when I see him in Cape Town. I never realized it is so urgent. My aim was not even to call the minister because I knew that that week we're going to be in Cape Town. Then when I sit with him, then now because of these consecutive calls, then I had to now check with the minister that.
You made a reference to paragraph 49 of your statement. I'll give you a summary. You don't have to go back there. You remember once I said. But with the point that we were saying was that in your understanding, the implementation of the directive of the minister will only take place when the national commissioner is back. You said that is your understanding.
Yes.
Now, what informs that understanding, given the fact that the directive is issued on the 31st of December, the national commissioner is away at the time when the directive is being issued, and he will only come back on the 14th of January. And yet, the first report is required 6 days later, which is the 20th of January.
For me, after General Mkhwanazi indicated that he is not happy, he indicated that let us wait for the national commissioner to come back, because in any event, the letter was directed to the national commissioner. So why I'm referring to this, it's because the due date is after the national commissioner is back. So when the national commissioner is back in the office and there are any concerns you want to raise, at least he will be back in the office. It will be different if the due date is during the time is away.
Okay. You know, the National Commissioner told us, I mean, there's one thing that you and him agree on about the meeting of the 6th of March. I think it was here in Cape Town, that meeting.
Yes.
The two of you are agreeing in terms of your testimony that you were both in the same meeting.
Mm.
But his contention is that that meeting was very difficult. There were strong disagreements. On one hand, it was him and Lieutenant General Kumalo who were advocating for a particular line in terms of what has to be done in response to the directive. And on the other side was Lieutenant General Sbia. I can't remember who else, but with you also very, very strong pulling to the different direction. What's your comment on that?
On that meeting, there was no heating up argument. There were debates, there were seeking clarity questions, but there was absolutely nothing. And if I remember correctly, even myself, it was only once where I seeked clarity on. So you cannot say a person who raised a clarity once, you can refer that person as he's advocating something. I even remember what I was asking in that. I was just seeking that clarity, but all in all, the National Commissioner has never gave any sign of there is a problem. Absolutely. I really don't understand what is going on now because he has never, even a facial expression, you could not even see. He's laughing, it's flowing. It's a healthy debate, clarifying things. He's just pushing the implementation. And this implementation plan came with him, that this is how I want to implement this. And the minister agreed.
By the time you met in March, obviously, you had worked with the National Commissioner for almost a year, because you started in August.
Yes.
Do you have any recollection of any other time during your tenure with him where he demonstrated facially, as we are saying, or otherwise, that he's really hurtful, angry, and unhappy with something?
No, it has never happened.
So then how do you know that on that day he was not happy? Because it has always been like that. How do you know that he has a different way of demonstrating how he feels when he's confronted by a matter that is uncomfortable to him?
No, we can't have a national commissioner like that. Otherwise, we'll have this ad hoc committee again and again. We can't have a national commissioner who cannot say left or right. Because we are here today, it's because of the national commissioner.
No, he told us that he was saying left and you were saying right with others.
No,
so
it
his
was-
version is that that meeting was very difficult, and he, together with Lieutenant General Kumalo, were very much opposed to what you and Sbia stood for on that day.
No, there was no such thing.
That's no such,
There was no
thing.
such thing.
Now, with the benefit of hindsight and with your experience in the police, Mr. Nkabinde, would you say that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was correct that the minister must be careful because he might be caught in an internal battle within the police officers?
Yes, he did share with me that sentiment. He even said we need to protect the minister.
So you, and in your own assessment, the minister is really now into the space that Mkhwanazi has warned against?
No, I think it was a directed. As a person who is also close to the minister, I believe that the minister is just caught in the middle here.
You believe that?
Yes, because I'm close to the minister, and even General Mkhwanazi did share with me that sentiment, because General Mkhwanazi had a problem with General Sibiya, of which the minister tried to call them together as to try a peacemaking meeting. So now the minister is in a predicament where he speaks to everyone in the top management, not necessarily because Sibiya is his friend. So General Mkhwanazi was engaging me in that perspective, of which me next to the minister, I could not see anything wrong as well, because the minister, it was all about work.
Okay. And so Mark Bright, and those who worked with him for, of course, including you at the time, for his ambitions to become a national commissioner, it will appear to me at all cost.
That's correct.
So that he can achieve what? What does Mark Bright want?
I think they had more things with Paul O'Sullivan, maybe things that we don't know at our level. But to be a national commissioner, it was identified as more powerful than being executive director of IPID.
So in your discussions, when he was leading you into these various interventions of plots, he never indicated what is the end game. Because it doesn't seem to me that it would be convincing to come to the conclusion that all that he wants, nothing else but just become a commissioner. For what purpose? What did you want to achieve?
If there was anything behind, surely it will be not revealed to us at our level.
So you may have been juniors sometimes to understand some of those details, if they were.
If they were, surely he will not discuss it with us.
Yeah. Now, with your exposure to him and the activities that he was engaged on, your conclusion about him is what? Is a criminal or he's not a criminal? I mean, all of these things that he committed to destroy people's future or livelihoods, if I were to use your name, who is this man? I mean, how should South Africans understand him?
That's a rock element.
It's a rock element.
Yes.
Now, it would seem to me, Mr. Ngavinda, that following your report, the IPID report that you gave us, it would seem to me that maybe more than what we have come to realize, but there are seriously dirty policemen, because I've not heard of a policewoman as yet, policemen in our system. And what do you think we need to do to eradicate them? What will it take? You are a police officer yourself. This is your terrain. You've been there. You were fortunate that besides being an ordinary police officer, you were taken into the IP, deployed there, and from there you went to the department to become a chief of staff. Now, you are almost closer to people who might say in the nearest future, I've seen it all. What do you think we need to do in order to defeat that behavior, that destructive behavior within the police service?
Yeah, I think it's more of a consequence management. No accountability. instead of accountability, there's so much cover-ups. So now, if there's so much cover-ups on the top, the train is losing a direction. But it's more of accountability and consequence management and make sure that things are, people are held accountable.
But how to do it when the leading figures are those who are in charge? I mean, McBride is the top guy in IPID. He's the executive director, that's what it's called. And then, but he engages in such a dirty exercise. How to deal with that?
I think even oversight bodies, including portfolio committees and all, they need not just to receive what is presented to them. They need to be more held people accountable.
Would you say that with the benefit of hindsight, given where we are now, since the day, that fateful day, if I were to call it, when Mkhwanazi did a press conference, would you say that you are happy that he did that press conference, in a sense that this has given us an opportunity as a nation to confront the rot and hopefully to eradicate and defeat it?
Yeah, as a person who even did it before, myself, I always support when people are coming up front and report things. Then it's depending whether the truth or not truth and how the investigation unfold. But I will always encourage people to come forward and talk about issues.
And then this document, your report on IPID, that report on McBride, I just want to draw your attention to a paragraph on page 6 of 8, where you say, Mr. Sissoko recalled this docket back to the original investigating officer to continue with the investigation after the outcome of the ANC conference. And this case is still not yet finalized up to date. What was the significance of the docket being recalled and you mentioning the outcome of the ANC conference? What is supposed to be understood by us with that? Can you see it's on top of page 6, ne?
On top or at the bottom?
No, at the top of page 6. If you go to page 6 of your report to Minister Kane, page 6 of 8.
Or Mr. Sissoko?
Mr. Sissoko, yes. That sentence. We can read it loud so that we can confirm on the same
Mr.
sentence.
Sissoko recalled this docket back to the original investigating officer to continue with the investigation after the outcome of the ANC conference. And this case is still not yet finalized up to date. This docket, it was the docket against Ladla. And it was used for Ladla to arrange and talk on behalf of Mr. McBride to the former president. And then this docket was removed from the initial investigator. Then after the former president appointed General Sithole, it means the plan has never materialized. So it was thereafter, after the conference, when McBride wanted the docket to move now, because it did not yield the desired result.
You know, the reason I was asking Mr. Nkabinde, I wanted to ascertain the significance of after the outcome. Because after the outcome and after the conference may be two different things in terms of the importance you are attaching to them. But you have used the word after the outcome. Is there any particular reason why there is a reference to the outcome, not after the conference, just general?
Yes, it was relevant because this docket was in reference to Dladla, close to the former President Zuma. So the only time this docket could move, it was after the conference where a new leader was elected.
Oh, I see. No, the chair is protesting that I need to conclude. So let me just ask one last question in this case. The very last, no, it's page 7 of 8 of the same document. Page 7 of 8, same document, last paragraph. And I want to draw your attention to, okay, that paragraph is also, is both a paragraph and no, it's not a sentence. The last sentence. The last sentence says the other mandate given to the two DPCI members was to control the NPA through their white prosecutors' contact. Who were the white prosecutors?
They had their own prosecutors that they deal with, not any other, because they had a certain understanding.
So basically there was a cabal of prosecutors.
That's correct.
Who are equally part of these conspirators.
That's correct.
And will those prosecutors be within the same group that Mr. Paul O'Sullivan also uses for his own objectives?
Yeah, it's one group.
It's one group.
Yes.
Okay. Thanks, Chair. Thanks. I would like to end there. Thanks a lot, Mr. Nkabinde.
Thank you so much, Chief Whip. Thank you so much, Mr. Nkabinde. We have come to the end of the list. I want to ask you some questions. Honorable Skosana, what is that?
Oh, thank you, Chair. Remember when I asked to go, when I had a problem, I said, I'm going to come back. You said to me, because of your benevolent, as usual, you can afford me to make that to finish with my follow-up. Thank you.
How many follow-up questions do you have?
It will take me 3 minutes, Chair.
Okay. Who else?
I'm donating the other 3 to you, Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Who else? How many questions, Honorable Sols?
Two,
Two.
Chair. Yeah.
And who else? Honorable Matthews, how many questions? Yeah. You are the only people who did not exhaust their allocated time. But today is the last time we do this. I'm not a storage or a bank or a loan shark. where I loan you time and then you don't pay me back. You don't want to use your time, Honorable James. Eh? You're fine. Honorable Kolabanat, because you had the most time of all the members, you still had 20 minutes. So, and I wanted to give you those 20 minutes to use. 3 questions, Honorable Scosa. When you ask, I say 1. Come with the second question, I say 2. Then, yeah.
How young intimidate them? Your benevolent has been thrown out of the window, but it's fine. I'll combine them quickly. Ngithokoze Mgcinisihlalo che lapho. Yabona namhlanje ke che ngihaphuhlekile namhlanje. Yabona angifuna ukuleya amala ni. You know, ngihaphuhleke khulu into erarako la. Ngizokthoma ngithi if you remember quickly, do you know Leon Mbangwa, the former chief of staff of Minister Natim Nhleko? And why I'm asking that? I'm asking that because if the allegation is true that he's one of the person you asked him to help you in terms of how are you going to perform your duties as a chief of staff in that office, is that true?
That is correct.
Now, because already you've spoken about the combination of Paul O'Sullivan and McBride, if I remember well. And did you remember that you've discussed that with General Mkhwanazi? And as well, if I'm right, is it true that as a result of that grievance that you registered, that some person was appointed into the post to investigate because of experience as compared to you? Or was it what you told us that McBride is the one who made sure that you don't get the post?
No, it was a post in the SAPS. It
Yes.
was Paul O'Sullivan who sent an email.
Yeah, oh, okay.
Yes.
My last one. Chair, I just want to find out whether is it true that you told General Mkhwanazi that Paul O'Sullivan was using the grabber.
Yes.
Now, Chair, it means that we still have the grabber with Paul O'Sullivan as we speak today here, and which is dangerous for this country. We have someone who's not authorized. It's illegal. But let me tell you, and I must say this as I'm closing, Chair. Mr. Nkabinde said, you must walk with pride. You must walk all. Few men and women have done what we have done to today. Forget that you are part and parcel of the cabal, which the Pathanitas team. But we need people like you in this country. You know, your conscience spoke to you, who say, noma ngabe kwenzeka ini, mara wena namhlanje uyositshela iqiniso. Ngamanye amagama ngithi ukuthi ungathuki of what happened earlier here.
Thank you.
That why namhlanje udecide ukusitshela.
Charlie, thank you.
Ngithi ngamanye amagama, salute.
Thank you so much, Charlie. Honorable Sauls.
Mr. Mkhwanazi, which year did your friendship with General Mkhwanazi start?
2017.
And the job that he got you at the security company, what's the name of the security company?
Can I reserve the name?
Are you willing to say it in camera?
Yes, because it will be unfair to disclose a private company name in public.
Granted, if chair allows for us to get the name in camera, I would appreciate that, chair.
I will arrange for him to inform you. Yeah, but he's right. Because, I mean, it was not criminal that we can say it's a matter of investigation, but just to mention any innocent company's name like that, I don't think it's okay. Unless if it was a subject of investigations, and we would only do that if those investigations were concluded. Sister, Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kibindi, it's just also to follow up on Honorable Souls. You actually state the name of the company in your first, are you withdrawing that from your statement? Because you, on paragraph 36 on your first statement, you indicate that you were qualified because you served as an assistant director at IPID for 5 years, and then you were the forensic manager at Secure Assist for more than 6 years. So are you withdrawing the name of the company now?
Can I not disclose the name in public? It's fine
But you
if it's
did,
there.
you put it on your statement.
Yes, but can I not shout the name?
But the statement is public.
Yes, it's fine, but can I not shout the name?
Okay. Your understanding is assistant director position considered a senior position? I thought it was a deputy directors considered senior.
Assistant director, yes, it's not a senior, it's a junior.
Okay.
And I acquire more when I was in the private sector.
Which was, as you indicated.
Yes.
So you started at that company, which you don't want to shout out, but it's here in your statement very clearly. You said in May 2019.
No,
Am I correct? When did you start working there?
it should be November 2018.
It was November 2018.
Oh.
Okay. Do you know that the company was only registered in July 2021?
They are the subsidiary of that company. I know we've got another new one, but I'm started with an old one.
Okay. So here in your statement, you give us the name of a company where you spent 6 years and you named that particular company that you
Yes.
don't want to say loud. But
Yes.
now you're saying there was a different company that you were with. Because
Yes.
this one that you mentioned here in your statement
No, that's
was only registered in July 2021.
no, that's another one, which is a subsidiary after that, an umbrella company. That is a trade name since then.
Hey, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Matthews. Mr. Nkabinde, the chief whip, when he asks you here, you say you think or you agree that Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi was justified on that day of the 6th of July, 2025. Is that what you restate?
Yes, I iterated that anyone who wants to come up, we always encourage that person to come up and report wrongdoings, depending whether the investigation will prove it or not, but it's always encouraged people to come forward.
If he had invited you to join him and for you to say the things that you said about the plots in which you were involved, would you have joined him?
No,
And say, no, look, my friend, I'm going to a press conference and I know there is some stuff that you know. Can you come and join us? I will address and finish and I will give you an opportunity to say what you know. Would you have done that?
No, it's different how you approach things. Because I would have loved to expose, but not probably in the way he did. Because there are so many ways to do things.
Okay. So this information that you have, in your understanding, how was it going to come out? Because you have a very explosive information that you shocked us with today. If you say maybe there could have been another way to say it out, how were you going to make it known?
No, for me, I think I did enough when I sent it to the a commanding channel. McBride reports to the minister, and my report ended up in parliament. So it was up to those people that came across with it. How
This clause, when one of the members asked you, said, it is for the first time I speak about evidence like this one that I have.
yes, I has never get a chance.
How was it going to come out? We plotted Patani, we plotted Mutiba, we plotted so and so. How was that going to come out?
It means it was not going to come out because it's already 6 years.
If we place it on record, how many plots were you involved in?
No, I was involved with what is contained in the report. There was nothing else. I never left anything.
So the Patani task team, you were part.
Yes.
And then what about acting Police Commissioner Mutiba?
I was part. It's
You
included in the
were
report.
also involved.
Yes.
But you have been very scanty on the details about what happened with Mutiba.
No, he acted a very short.
Was it the very same team that was involved against Patani?
Yes.
That was also involved against Mutiba?
Yes.
Same dramatis personae, same
Yes.
characters?
Yes.
So to say, we have tried to stop Patani, I mean, or maybe to remove him from office now, is Mutiba, the struggle continues.
Yes. And he was removed.
And so with Patani was also removed, and then Mutiba was also removed.
Yes.
So the task team came later at some point to converge and say, mission accomplished.
Not really.
To your recollection, how many plenary meetings would you have had? Or how often, how regular were your meetings? Did you have a schedule to say, maybe we can meet fortnightly?
It was often and regularly.
Yeah.
Often and regularly, but it was about pursuing a case.
Yes.
Up until you start gradually realize that when you picked up what is being said, you start realize that no, it's not about pursuing here. It's something else.
So you might have met more than 10 times.
Yes.
Oh. And then these people who were being plotted, they did not know.
Yes.
I mean, in such very senior positions of a National Police Commissioner, people gather. I mean, were you using some magical ones or that a senior police commissioner may not know? I mean, the intelligence services is reporting to them, all state apparatus falling under the ambience of the police. They could not even detect that you guys were working under their feet.
Correct.
Okay. So tell me, this is going to be personal. You know, the book of Exodus says, Exodus 2:11 to 22, tells a story of Moses when he was still a young man. He came across an Egyptian fighting against a Hebrew. And then Moses joined the battle on the side of the Hebrew, and the Egyptian was killed. But when you go to Exodus 3, God sends Moses to go and deliver Israel out of Egypt. How do you understand these two verses if you were going to interpret them in accordance with your experiences in life?
Yeah, it's a lesson.
You might have killed an Egyptian in your life,
It's a lesson.
and you now want to deliver Israel. You reached the Damascus moment. Is that what you are saying?
No, not really.
Yeah, but it's a lesson to you.
Yeah, not really. What you are saying, it's not exactly,
Yeah,
but it's a lesson.
it's a lesson. So you want to confirm before this committee that one of the pillars that we are investigating of influence or a relationship between officials in the SAPS and members of the public is happening.
That's correct.
And this relationship is a corrupt relationship.
Yes,
And there could have been other members of society who were destroyed by this corrupt relationship.
that's correct.
Okay. And then okay, the people who are sitting here as politicians, in the eyes of the public, they are generally perceived as corrupt people. That is the perception that, the general perception that is there. Can you confirm here that there are officials in the administration of the state that may not be known but are corrupt?
It is possible. It's possible.
And you know some of them.
No, it's possible with my experience
Yeah.
because we dealt with others.
That there are public officials who involve themselves in corrupt activities.
Yes, we dealt with them before.
And politicians are the ones who are being slaughtered in most cases. Eh? No comment. No comment.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. On the day that you received the letter, did you read that letter?
Yes,
And as the chief of staff in the office of the minister, because I will assume that some of the documents that the office processes, you are the last line in defense, isn't it?
that's correct.
You read through the documents and say, Minister, even before you sign, let's sit down here. I want to brief you about these correspondences or these memos because you are going to put your signature.
It's correct.
Did you try to, or after Advocate Pikoli has made his inputs, did you try to sound to the minister to say, following your directive, we have sent this letter to the attention of Advocate Pikoli. These are the recommendations he's making, and as the chief of staff in your office, I'm also satisfied that we can incorporate them in your sign, and then we release the letter.
Yes, that's correct.
And then with that, you did not find anything wrong with that letter.
Yes, there's nothing wrong with that letter.
The minister was justified to your own opinion and understanding to say we can sign and disband the PKTT, place a moratorium.
Yeah, I saw nothing wrong with the letter because it was limited. He never overreached when I look at it, when he leave it to the National Commissioner to implement. So one will just expect that the National Commissioner will come back if there are any concerns.
And then you still say that the letter which was written by Miss Mary DeHaas, yeah, because I think I called her doctor so many times last night. I must also enjoy the privilege to say Miss Mary DeHaas. You have not seen that letter.
No.
But you might have heard about the contents of the letter.
Yes, yes. It's been said even here.
How does it strike you? This thing reminds me of a problem that is called the synoptic problem. If you might have heard about it, the synoptic problem, where there were three authors, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, who wrote their gospels from different localities. But there were striking similarities in the three gospels. I mean, how, as a person in the office of the minister, this synoptic problem, what is your take on it? Where Miss Mary DeHaas writes, and look, even the date, the 31st, the words irregularly, immediately, but different authors writing from different venues on different dates and different times. When this was brought to your attention, what becomes your comment on this synoptic problem?
First of all, the directives of the minister, I took it as a minister is giving a directive to the National Commissioner in his own initiatives. With Mary DeHaas letter, unfortunately, I never got a chance to look at it, but if we talk about Mary DeHaas, we talk about a person who always sent complaints, even when I was in IP.
Yeah. Let's
So
leave that
as a-
part of
as a
complaints
person- yeah, as a person
and
that-
come to the synoptic problem of similarities from two authors writing from different localities.
I could not, maybe if it's in front of me, I could compare. I never saw it.
No, we have compared it many times ourselves.
No, I never saw it. If
There
it's a-
there are striking similarities.
it could be a coincidence.
You don't have a comment, or you
It could
think
be
it
a
might have been a coincidence.
Yes.
And then what do you then say after 2 months in February when she writes back to say now, Police Commissioner, why aren't you implementing the decisions? Do you have a comment on that one?
Yes, it is possible because people like Mary DeHaas, they have information.
Okay.
Maybe she knew it's not implemented, I'm not sure. But according to me, the directive was implemented from 22nd of January. National Commissioner sent a disbandment plan already in January 22, which that disbandment plan, it's carried out even today as we speak. As a result, in July 23, General Mkhwanazi requested an extension in implementing the very same directive in the phase-out approach. General Mkhwanazi is implementing it even after the minister is on special leave.
Okay.
Yeah, so there is absolutely nothing wrong with the disbandment of a PKTT.
Have you worked loyally with Minister Mkhwanazi? Not loyal to him as a person, but loyal to the office.
Yes.
So with that loyalty now, what is your interpretation of the contradictions that you have made here before the committee, the two of you? Because there are some statements that have been made which are contradicting.
I'm not too sure, Chair, which ones.
One of them, to give example, is that you said that there were no interviews when you were appointed. He said there were interviews.
Yes, my understanding in that one, Chair, the minister has never been involved in that process. So my inference is that the minister was referring to a generic HR process, that they has to follow interviews, they has to do this, that, without probably getting
No,
involved.
he said there was a panel.
Hence, I'm saying that my inference, that in general speaking, when there's an HR process, there has to be a panel, interviews, and so forth. If he was involved in this one, he would have known that there was no panel or interviews. Hence, my inference is just referring to generic standard practice.
Okay.
And I don't think he was going to lie for what.
Yeah, because the other contradiction is with regard to the recording of your conversation with General Mkhwanazi. Because he said to us that I told him to record him. That's what the minister said. And when an honorable member asked you about the recording, you said, yes, there was that idea, but I did not use it when I was recording.
No, I never heard him saying he instructed me to record.
No, let me tell you what happened. When we started conversation, we were coming back from break. He said, get your people here who deal with a sound system because there is a recording that I want you to hear. And it was played here in our proceedings. He said, no, in this recording, there is a part that I want you to hear. It's a recording of a conversation. And now when you speak here, now we recognize the voice, that this is the voice that we heard.
With General Mkhwanazi.
Yeah. He played that, or he made us to play that recording here. To say, when the chief of staff informed me, I said, when you go to talk to him, record him.
Yeah, I heard him saying here that I should consider recording Mkhwanazi.
Yeah.
Yeah, but not instructing. I never heard him saying that. And then the recording that he was playing, it's that recording that I did.
Where you stand, that act of recording Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, your friend, was it lawful?
Yes.
Lawful in which way?
That I'm allowed to record in a conversation that I participate in.
Did you inform him that you were recording him?
You don't need to inform him according to the act.
Okay. Was it ethical?
It was ethical if I want to preserve an integrity of our conversation. If he's coming back with the distorted information, referred to our conversation.
So when you took that recording to the minister, did you inform him that I recorded you and I'm handing over this recording to the minister?
No, it was my property.
Okay. No, thank you so much. Let me check with Advocate Mkhwanazi if he has some few questions to run with you.
Thanks, Chair, but no, I don't have any question.
Okay. What time is it now? It's 23 minutes past 10, Chief Whip.
Chair, my apology for, you just reminded me something with your question about the recording. At some point, I think the recording was in the public domain, if I'm not mistaken. Do you know who might have leaked it?
It has never been in a public domain. The recording, I started to hear about it after it was played here.
Started to hear about it. It has not been in public even
Not
after,
at all. Not
even
at all.
after it was played here. So what
No,
went
no.
out?
After it was played here,
Yeah.
that is when I started to listen in the public domain from the media that were covering this session.
So they captured through
From
here.
here,
Okay.
yes.
Maybe, did you call a press conference?
Yes, I did.
When was it?
I think it was on the 8th, on the 9th. Yeah, on the 9th.
What was the key message that you wanted to put across at that press conference?
The key message, it was the visit of the police and assaulting my brother because I was not available. A number of police with a balaclava. Then I wanted to talk about it in public so that when they come back, they will know that people knows, the public knows. Hence, after that, the way they came back on the 10th, it was through my lawyer, not in the way they did before. Because wearing balaclava, I was thinking of a lot of things. That
Yeah.
why is the police hide his face? Because I'm the policeman myself. You come and introduce yourself and do your job. Why
Yeah.
do you hide yourself?
As a chief of staff in the police department, this is the same department where you work,
Yes,
where you are the chief of staff.
yes.
Do you think you responded, you reacted appropriately?
Yes, under the circumstances, it helped. Yes, under the circumstances.
I'm looking at the image of the department where you are a senior official, and also regarding instilling public confidence in our institutions.
When your life is in danger, that comes after. Because when the people looking for you with balaclavas and assault people, so you don't know what they're gonna do when they find you. And why they hide their face.
Yeah.
It means if you get shot, you can't even point who shot you, or the witnesses can't tell who shot you.
Yeah, let's work with the people of South Africa. The people of South Africa who are watching the developments or the optics. They say Lhanyan, but you are a chief of staff in this department. And we are looking at you as people who must serve us. What I want us to imagine an ordinary citizen, because those are the people in whose names we serve. If you were an ordinary citizen, forget about Cedric Nkabinde. Imagine an ordinary citizen who is looking at an institution of the state like that. What is their view about?
Without them knowing the gist from a face value, it does not give a good reflection.
Yeah.
Yes. But under the circumstances, I'm not also defending it. And I'm not even saying it's right.
Yeah.
But under the circumstances where we are in this situation and the national commissioner whom you supposed to go to him and manage the situation is involved. So it means you run out of where can you go.
The national commissioner, you mean your colleague
Yes.
is involved in this thing?
Yes, if they are even mentioning that we are sent by him.
Mm.
Otherwise, if the national commissioner is not part of whole of this thing, he was the first call I was going to call. That I'm not national commissioner. I'm not saying if there are any allegation, I'm not immune to get investigated, but I'm concerned about the behavior of police come with a balaclava looking for a chief of staff, a person that you can even make a phone call. They
Yeah.
cannot run away. 20 policemen, rifles, moreover, balaclava.
Yeah. The minister who is currently in office, are you working with him?
Yes, but he reassigned me some
Yeah.
other job.
Did you call him to say, Minister, I'm going to have a press conference on this day?
No, I did not.
Okay. But when you look back on the events of that day, do you have any regrets to say we could have handled the situation differently?
No, Chair, because the media briefing helped. It helped, I cannot lie.
So you are saying, given an opportunity, you can do it again?
No, I don't think the situation like this will present itself again.
Given an opportunity?
No, it could be a last resort.
Okay.
Yes.
No, thank you so much. I must thank you on behalf of the committee members for the information that you made available before us. We had a rough exchange last time when you were here. It happens that the best teams lose games in the same way as they would win games. There are days they lose, and they don't even have explanations how they lost. But they would have lost. But that does not make them small teams. They remain big even when they have lost. So when you look at yourself, look at how best you can always improve yourself. Don't look at your setbacks because they will throw you back. The best way to move forward is to say, how do I improve myself from where I am today? And do not compete against anybody. Compete against yourself. You will become a better person. Thank you so much. All the best should happen to you. But I think at some point, because you have become the second Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, at some point, if other witnesses come here as a consequence of the statements that you made, we may want you to come back to clarify them. We have taken a decision here that at some point we may want to call General Mkhwanazi back to come and clarify some other matters. You have presented explosive matters here. And if people come and say, what Nkabinde told you does not exist, because this is the information we have, which we can make it available before the committee, we may have to call you again to say, Nkabinde, the things that you told us the witnesses have come and said you lied to us under oath, then what do you have to say on the basis of this information which would have been made available to us? Is that understood? I'm just saying to you that as you go back, you have to stay very close. Your statement must now become your pocket Bible, so that when we call you, you must not say it was in a short notice. And for sure, you will also be following the proceedings here. The people whose names you mentioned, if they happen to appear here, it must be of interest to you what they are saying and how do you help us, because our approach is not adversarial. It's about gathering information, help the committee to write a report that can go to Parliament with substantive recommendations that enable government to deal with the challenges that we are facing and give the people of this country quality services that they deserve. Thank you so much. And I must also thank your legal team, these honorable members. It has been very onerous, I can imagine, on your part. If there might have been any inconveniences that were caused, I can always say that we are human beings. We working hard every day to become the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Is the who wants to know what time we're starting tomorrow? Okay. Because we work until very late, we must make it a practice to start at 11 o'clock. You can imagine this time we will be arriving where we stay around 11:30, 12. We must thank you, Honorable Ngubane, for staying with us until this late, just to sit in the committee and observe proceedings. We want to thank you so much for your endurance. Honorable members, tomorrow, Lieutenant General Fani will be with us here, 11 o'clock. Thank you so much.